With 5 stages remaining, 3 of in the mountains, and the top 4 separated by a mere 91 seconds, it's all to race for. Today's destination is Bormio, featuring the iconic Passo del Mortirolo. The north of Italy will provide a breathtaking backdrop while ripping the oxygen out of the riders' legs. Hello and welcome to stage 17 of the Giro d'Italia as we take a look back at stage 16, which was marred by multiple crashes. Garofoli was the first to go down. It was then Josh Starling, unfortunately, out of the race. There was a huge breakaway that formed at the fronts, and also going off was Martinelli from Bardiani, somehow just minor bruises and abrasions. Primoz Roglic, he was one of the big stories early in the stage. He's Giro over. Aspirations for Juan Ayuso also faded in the high mountains. Egan Bernal fought on bravely and kept himself in contention, as it was Lorenzo Fortunato who was picking up the points in the race for the King of the Mountains classification. Onto the final climb, and he was with his teammates. It was Scaroni and Fortunato together out in front as the fight for pink was on, and the Condor of Ecuador spread his wings. It was Carapaz making the biggest move in the general classification. They shared it across the finish line for Astana. It was Scaroni with the stage victory. Pelizzari was in third, but then the clock was starting because it was Carapaz across the line. Would he move into pink? Would it be Yates, or would Del Toro hold on? And the young Mexican saved the leader's jersey by a mere 26 seconds ahead of Simon Yates. It's then Carapaz in third at 31 seconds behind. Derek G is still a chance. He's at 1 minute and 31 seconds. Matthew Keenan with you, joined by David McKenzie and Mitch Docker. And Mitch, today to Bormio is a big one.
Oh, this is a big one, Matt. It is 155k with 3,800 metres of climbing. It should be a breakaway stage, an uphill start with an easy climb in the final and a downhill finish. It's got all the breakaway ingredients, but when it comes to this Giro, there hasn't been a lot of logic being respected. The first 55 kilometres is a grinding, long uphill drag. There's going to be a big fight for the break, but just like yesterday, if the riders do miss that breakaway, they've got a chance to open up the attacking again on the first climb, the Passo del Tonale, the 15k category 2. Once they crest this, it's a 25-kilometre descent into the infamous Mortirolo. This time they're going to be tackling it from the less fearsome side, the mono side. From here, it's a 14k fast descent down, and then they're going to start the drag up to the finish through the Red Bull Sprint at 130, and then into the last climb, the Category 3 at 9k to go. And that's it, straight downhill into Bormio. Like I said, this looks like a great stage for the breakaway, but let's wait and see.
The only element that you forgot to mention, Mitch, because it doesn't exist in the stage today, is flat roads. There's none. David McKenzie up in the north of Italy, starting and finishing in 2 relatively small towns, but both very picturesque.
They certainly are, Matt. Good evening, guys. San Michele al Adige, that is the place for today's start location. Just 3,000 people live in this beautiful little hamlet, and as you can see, wine, glorious wine. That is what is on the menu. But there's so much more to this beautiful town. Of course, it's famous, really famous, in fact, for the Edmund Mack Foundation. He was a scientist, a botanist, and he had a strong interest in agriculture and viticulture. He founded his own foundation in 1874, and since then it has grown into Europe's most respected agricultural institutions. It's got a technical high school, university-level training centre, and a globally recognised research institute, especially in wine science, plant biology and food technology. So much more to this beautiful region, guys. There's 3 languages, would you believe, that they speak, not so much in this town, but in the greater region of Trentino, Sud Tirol. Some good food on offer as well. And again, as we always say, the riders, for them, they blink and they leave town and they get on with the job at hand. And that's exactly what they're doing here this morning.
Well, the good news for them is, as Lorenzo Fortunato arrives, is the sun is shining, completely different to what was witnessed yesterday. Tom Pidcock still searching for a stage victory. Egan Bernal, he has said that he will not stop attacking. He's on the charge all the way to Rome. He has won this race in the past. His Ineos team, they are completely built around the Colombian national champion.
You are one of the winners of yesterday's stage, GC-wise. What's your stand of it?
Yeah, I was happy to gain some time. I was surprised that no one really wanted to go on the second last climb because that was a good opportunity to go and really put some damage in because UAE just wanted to ride a relatively slow tempo up there. But yeah, I was happy today with yesterday's stage in the end.
Julia, you came to the Giro. It was not planned. You came as a domestique for 3 riders who came first or second of the Giro recently, and now you're the leader of the team. How exceptional is that?
Yeah, it's. I wanted a different Giro, no, because I wanted to help Primož to take the pink jersey in Rome. But sometimes the things are not where you want. So now starts a new Giro, and let's see what happened in the last 3 stages.
Are you pleased with the fact that UAE Team Emirates finally showed some weakness yesterday? Does it change the Giro?
It for sure changes the Giro, but it also, I think, makes it a little more chaotic because they have such a strong team, and when their leader was looking almost invincible, then it was very straightforward of how the race was going to be played out. Now there's a lot of uncertainties. I'm sure Visma and EF will try to capitalize on that on Del Toro getting dropped yesterday. So yeah, it could make for some pretty crazy next few days.
Do you know the Mortirolo? What do you want to make of it?
Yeah, I did it in the baby Giro, but a different way up. So I know how hard that way was. I think this way is not as hard, but it's still a hard climb. We also did the same way downhill that year, so yeah, it's obviously a really famous climb, and get to do it again, so it'll be nice.
Are you in the ideal situation, second on GC and not far from the Maglia Rosa?
I mean, yesterday was a good day. Of course, Carapaz showed himself to be probably the strongest here, so yeah, I mean, I'm happy with where I am, but yeah, we'll see what the next days bring.
With your experience of the Giro, do you want to wait for Colle delle Finestre, or do you want to try and get the Maglia Rosa before?
It's a cliche, but I'm just going to take it day by day. I think today is also a really hard day. Actually, the whole week, there's really no easy stage. So yeah, I'll take it as it comes, and I just try to do my best.
Let's go back to the first interview. Let's go back to Michael Storer. He's the best place to strain. He's in 7th position overall. He's at 3 minutes and 31 seconds down. As we take a look at some of the history again of this town, the Adige River, which it is based on, and Mackie, you alluded to the famous winemaking, and also in that foundation, they've done a lot of work on the research and the production of apples. But for Michael Storer, he crashed for the 4th time yesterday, and he said afterwards, this is becoming a theme. It's extremely frustrating. I was finally getting some TV time, and I've got a big swollen lip, and it's still swollen this morning.
Yes, he has. It's the first I've noticed that. So, look, he's okay, which is good, and I was just impressed with his ride yesterday. You know, the fact that he attacked, as he said, on the penultimate climb, he got caught, but he just showed real grit, didn't he? He showed real Aussie grit, and that's what we love, and he is well and truly in this fight in a big way.
Indeed he is. Lorenzo Fortunato in the blue jersey for the King of the Mountains classification. Mads Pedersen, the Chiclamina, for the points classification. The pink jersey, Isaac Del Toro, by a mere 26 seconds ahead of Simon Yates. He's actually still the leader in the race for the white jersey. That is on loan today to Antonio Tubiri, who's 4 minutes and 7 seconds down. Here's a look at some of the history of this foundation that dates back to 1874, and they took over the old monastery to establish it here in the heart of town. Hosting a stage start for the first time in the history of the Giro d'Italia, and it is going over one of the most famous climbs with the Mortirolo. Mitch Dockett, your expectations of Michael Storer for what's to remain in this year's race?
He's looking good. He was really building it up yesterday, and to see him on the move yesterday was really positive. He wasn't just sitting back and waiting and hoping and just trying to ride himself into a top 10 position. He's looking to move into the top 5, and he's going to do it on his own way. And I predict, as they keep going in these bigger mountains, I don't think there's going to be much today from him. It's just going to be following the wheels, but as they go into Friday and Saturday, it's a real opportunity for Michael Storer to get in the top 5.
That is the course profile in the middle of the vines. I rate it.
I was just thinking exactly. At first I thought, oh, that's nice, a pink line. And then I realised, actually, it's the profile of today's stage. How lovely is that? The weather looks okay, incidentally. you look to the sky and you think, gee, it looks cool, and the mountains and everything, but most of the riders here are in mixed and jersey, which is fantastic.
And it's very relaxed at the back. The British champion, that is Ethan Hayter, having a chat with Tom Pidcock. Corbin Strong to the right. They are super relaxed, heading into the neutral zone. 3.4 kilometres in the neutral.
Mamu Tours there, the Australian tour group over there. Corbin Strong having a chat there. Might have been his partner. I don't actually know that.
His parents certainly follow him a lot when he goes to races. They always make the trip across to Adelaide when he participates in the Tour Down Under. Big crowds on hand, short neutral zone, and this is the benefit of being in a smaller town. The neutral zone can be a lot shorter. It's just 3.4 kilometres, and we're already seeing riders that have earmarked the breakaway lining up at the front of the grid.
Yeah, well, you've only got to look at the rollout. It takes probably 23 kilometres before it sort of kicks up properly, but it does climb from the very start. We won't notice that much on TV, but I can tell you and assure you that it does climb up from the very start. So it is a good opportunity for an early break.
Here's a reminder of the positions in the top 10 overall. Del Toro leads ahead of Simon Yates, Richard Carapaz and Derek G. It is tipped that one of those four will be the winner of the Giro. It's then Caruso, Bernal. He hasn't surrendered. 3:32. It's still possible. Michael Storer at 3:31. Tiberi at 4:07. Giulio Palazzari at 4:36. Adam Yates rounds out the top 10 at 5:08. He is a key teammate for the race leader, Isaac Del Toro. And Palazzari, he made a big move yesterday. He started the day in 16th. He's now up to 9th. He's the new leader at Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe after the multiple crashes to their stars, Primoz Roglic and the Australian Jai Hindley. They're into the neutral zone. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, they'll be ready to race. Stage 17 of the Giro d'Italia, and after yesterday's misery in the rain at the start, the forecast today, 24 degrees, hardly a breath of wind and clear skies. It will be a relief to most of the riders remaining in the peloton. 164 riders still remaining. The river having a big impact on the prosperity of this town, crucial to its irrigation, its farmland, its grapevines, particularly with the foundation that is in the heart of town. Mitch, yesterday it was horrible at the start. They'll be so pleased that they get to roll out and there's no rain jackets on.
Oh, very much so. The riders will be very happy driving out in the buses today, looking at the weather, looking at the plans, the stage ahead. Today is going to be a very tough stage, though, on the contrary. It's definitely not going to be a roll in the sun today because it's going to be a fierce 50 kilometres, I predict, and then they're going to be straight into the first category climb, a category 2 climb. I think it's going to be a big fight for the breakaway. No guarantee it's going to be a breakaway win today, but it's going to be a fight.
Number 191, that is Michael Storer. 166 is Max Poole. They spent a lot of time together trying to attack the pink jersey group. They hatching another plan?
Hope so. I hope so. Look, Michael Storer it's like he's got his skates on as we go into this third week. And, you know, we talked about it I mentioned in our preview for digital that, to me, what we saw last night is just confirmation that the Giro has the hardest third week of the 3 Grand Tours. And if you start punching in the start of the third week, well, anything can happen. You can turn the tables upside down. So when you roll through that GC standings, Matty, you know, there's nothing to say Michael Storer can't be on the podium by the end.
And he's had every bit of bad luck he could just about possibly have. Giulio Palazzari, he's moved up to 9th place overall. Yesterday he started in 16th, and he was the rider that was number 4 in line at Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. 1 was Primoz Roglic, 2 was Jai Hindley, 3 was Danny Martinez. 2 of them out due to crashes. Martinez hasn't got the form, and Palazzari stepped up with a 3rd place finish on the stage yesterday. He can win a stage this week.
He was looking good yesterday. He was on the move, and he just looked comfortable when he attacked, confident. It was like he'd been let loose. He was a dog out of the cage, just going for it, and he looked happy attacking. It's exciting to see.
Look at this. You know, I love wine, but we have to talk about these wine regions for all the right reasons. And, of course, are made in Italy. The Italian Trade Agency, and they focus heavily on promoting what is made in their home country, which is really good, looking after local business, local production, etc. And of course, it's part of the DOC. I said that earlier, which means Controlled Designation of Origin. So what does that mean? When we're talking about wine, it means geographic origin, grape varieties, the methods in which they are grown, the techniques, the winemaking techniques. And so they've got to pass all these levels. And look at that, as far as the eye can see in this valley, vineyards.
But what's your favourite apple?
Well, yeah, it is very famous for the apples here in this region. They've got the trail of the apples as well that you can come up here and walk through. Doing Golden Delicious they do up here as well.
I'm a Granny Smith guy.
Oh,
I like the bitterness. I don't like it too sweet. And I like to have an eighth of an apple every ad break. Kilometre zero. We're just about ready to go on stage 17. Or are we? Because the race officials, they have not popped out of the sunroof yet. So clearly there's somebody at the back of the race with a mechanical issue, because once everybody within the peloton is together, 164 riders remaining, then we will get started. And Mads Pedersen, the Chiclamina jersey, he's been winning stages. He's won 4 already. The team's won 6 in total. Mads is looking for the breakaway.
well, yes, there is a sprint after 23 kilometres, and he'll be interested to see if the bunch is together or if he can slip away. We saw him do that a few stages ago. Slipped away in the breakaway, picked up the sprint points, and then went back to the peloton.
Jefferson Cepeda at the back at number 63, and that is Jefferson Cepeda, number 124. The cousins from Ecuador who were in the thick of the action yesterday. This is the rider we're waiting for. This looks like Jonathan Castroviejo. Macca, he announced his retirement on the rest today. It has been an impressive career at the service of others.
Yeah, I saw that, and of course, no doubt you guys spoke of Simon Clark as well. So two greats, really, of the sport, and they've had longevity, and they go out on their terms. And, no, really, you know, 2 stars, really. And both in different sort of forms, really. Castroviejo, you know, turned himself into an absolute workhorse, super domestique, and on the flats, but also on the lower slopes of mountains as well. He's been such a lieutenant for this team in particular, under its various names as well.
And now that he joins the peloton, we will be ready to go for stage 17. Just waiting for the final all clear. Oh, one more still to come. Max Cantor, the sprinter from Astana. An extraordinary day for the team from Kazakhstan yesterday. A 1-2 finish.
Well, can they go on the attack again today, Matt? You know, a guy like Walt Poles, it suits him again. He could be definitely up the road again. I wouldn't discount a guy like Christian Scaroni going up the road again. Diego Ulisi, another good rider for today's stage. They've got options there again. I wouldn't be surprised seeing them jump around again.
The flag drops. We're underway for stage 17 of the Giro d'Italia. Bormio is the destination. It is Nicola Prudhomme at the front for Decathlon. AG Tour going on the move. They're looking to get into the break. And Fortunato in blue, as if a 194-point lead isn't enough. He wants even more points.
Well, it's his teammate in second place. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He's got Scaroni in second place, but he still wants to get out there. I think he just loves being at the front of the race in the breakaway.
He's having a Giro of his life, isn't he? Fortunato. How good was he yesterday? And he played the ultimate teammate. Wow. In the end, I mean, arguably he was the strongest in those final few kilometres, but what a gesture to his teammate. I guess he's looking like he's going to wear that blue jersey all the way to Rome, so he's almost guaranteed himself to be on the podium, but still.
Polte with multiple riders at the front. It is Mads Pedersen who is the next to attack. It was forecast and he's delivered. This is no surprise.
Well, look who's following in there too. Just in third position was Dries de Bon. Also a big day out in the breakaway yesterday. So that's what you commonly see in the Grand Tours, that when you get to the third week, there's the same riders going for the breakaways every day, and that's purely because they've got the form. They're able to jump. It's not because they're lucky or anything like that. They've just got the form. They're able to pick it.
Making their way through the small town of Mezzolombardo. When they went across the bridge, you will have seen that there was a bike path alongside the river, and you can ride that all the way down to Verona. Polti here with multiple numbers. Mads Pedersen is there. Bardiani getting represented. That looks like Lorenzo Malisi from Movistar. Flick of the elbow. He's under some pressure, just staying in the slipstream.
Well, Mads Pedersen, look at him go here. He's really going for it, really putting the pressure on here, trying to force that breakaway, making it a big move here.
This is the major visiting site within the town. This is the Castle della Torre, and it's been on this hill since the 12th century. Obviously, it's undergone several changes throughout the centuries, but still remains with many of the medieval features from its original period. And it was an important controlling point within the area, obviously being able to oversee the valley. A great sporting country, Italy. Great to see the athletics track, the football pitch, the tennis courts, lots of opportunities to exercise. And Bormio, where the destination is for today's stage, that will be featuring heavily in the Winter Olympics next year. It will be the home to the downhill skiing events throughout the Milano Cortina Winter Olympics of 2026. Kevin Genietz at the back from Groupama FDJ. He's also got a teammate with him. Is it David Gaudu who squeezed his way into the move for the second day in a row?
It does look like Gaudu. It's the style, isn't it, on the bike that is a giveaway. We'll wait for confirmation, but certainly looks like Gaudu.
He hasn't been good in this year's Giro.
Is he riding himself in somewhat, though? I know he's a long way from his very best, but just the fact, Mitch, you know what it's like. You're not leaping up the road, are you, if you've got some sort of leg? So he's trying to find some form, isn't he, at least?
He is, yeah. He looked like he was at a spotter bother yesterday and almost frustrated with himself that he doesn't have the form where he can move on these climbs, putting himself in the position where he can play a role in the race, but he just doesn't have the form to capitalise on it.
Another person who's searching for form is Tom Pidcock. He's managed to get himself into this move. This is David Gaudu at the front in the blue colours for Groupama FDJ. It will be the third major breakaway for Gaudu if it does get established, and the gaps are opening already. This is looking promising for this move. Wout van Aert is in there in the yellow colours, and this is dangerous for UAE because he's a rider that they put up the road to be able to support a move for Yates later. But what about the man in grey?
Yeah. And, well, we see a couple, don't we? The one I'm focusing on is Chris Harper, actually, towards the front. In fact, that's further back, so that's the peloton. And it's Harper now who is actually attacking across here. So Harper keen to get in the move, which I'm really happy to see. No point sitting back. GC's done. It's been done for a number of days.
The rider from Alpecin de Koenig that was trying to go with him, that was another Aussie. That was Jensen Plowright. It's Matteo Catania at the front now for Soudal Quickstep.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen that quickly here, guys. This one's going to go on for a bit. You can see the peloton strung out in the long line, and a big group like that, UAE do not want to have to pull back a group like that with anyone close on GC. So this one's going to go on for a little while, I think.
And you can just see here, well, they're heading up the valley, and doesn't give it away too much, but it's just this slow dragging incline, isn't it? It's these can be quite hard starts, even on the wheel. You're not getting as much of a sit because you've just got to work a bit harder to be right up on that wheel. So, you know, as we get deep into this Grand Tour, into the final week, legs are a bit stiff and sore, the body's got a few aches. You didn't have the best sleep the night before. These days, these early parts, first half hour to an hour of this stage, can be really punishing.
Well, you can see here, we've just gone over a couple of little kickers. After about 10 kilometres, there's a really good opportunity for the breakaway to get clear. It does kick up a little bit steeper, so I think there's a couple of riders who are putting the pressure on here. We're about 3 kilometres away from that bit there. Just watch closely here if they can break the elastic in the next couple of kilometres as it kicks up a little bit steeper. Look at the length of that peloton. You can tell if you're down the back right now, ouch, that is killing. In the first 5 kilometres after a stage like yesterday, You are just yelling into the clean air. Slow down at the front.
The elastic is long, it's stretched, and it is fraying. They are under serious pressure at the back of the peloton. There's some riders who came in yesterday at 38 minutes behind the stage winner. 16.6 kilometres till they hit the intermediate sprint, the first of 2 intermediate sprints on the stage today. And it is not until they have covered some 55 kilometres that they officially get to the bottom of the first climb of the day. And that could be up until that point that we see multiple attacks before the break firmly gets established at the front. Titano at the front for Soudal Quickstep, another team that has been trying to salvage their Giro d'Italia after the abandonment of Michele Landa following a horrific crash on stage 1.
Look at the speeds. I talk about the slow uphill incline, 55, 60 kilometres per hour. It's just incredible. They're just not letting up at all. They have not, day in, day out. We keep talking about it like we're surprised, but super, super fast starts.
Pedersen chasing, and it is Harper behind him. And he made a strategic decision yesterday, Chris Harper.
Yeah, well, Chris Harper, he decided to ride himself off GC. He was sitting in that no man's land. He wasn't quite up there. He dropped a bit of time, and he's sitting about just in the top 20. And now he's decided to drop 38 minutes yesterday. He rolled in with the rest of his teammates in the bus, they call it, the last group on the road. So he's off GC now. He can look for a stage. He knew he wasn't going to climb in the top 10, so he's made the decision, I think a really strategic decision, a good decision, to get himself off GC and open up the opportunity like a day like today to get another stage win for the team.
In addition to that, have a slightly easier day when all the other best climbers who are racing for a top 10 finish were full throttle. So although it's not until 55 kilometres into the stage that they hit the first official climb, as we see Martin Martelluzzi now going on the attack, Alex Edmondson responding from Picnic Post NL. They're only 5 kilometres away from an uncategorised climb, the Moralo, and it is a climb of 3 kilometres long. It's got a gradient of 5%. That's the ideal launching pad for a break.
It's perfect. You can see there's a bit of a pause in the peloton here, and they begin that information in their radios from the sports directors. They would have looked at it on the bus already. If the break doesn't go early, save yourself for the kilometre 10 mark. There is a little ramp where you can launch it. And you can see here a couple of riders just slipping off the front here. The Jaco Alula rider there. Looks like Paul Double, is it? Or is it Zana?
Neither. Engelhardt, again, the rider that was in the move yesterday. So he's backed up from being in the breakaway on stage 16, looking for the break on stage 17. Dramatic day yesterday for the Bardiani team when they had one of their riders in the breakaway, Alessio Martinelli, dramatically crash out. And Mitch, it is a miracle, no broken bones, just a couple of scrapes on his chin and a few scrapes and bruises on his thigh. Extraordinary.
Absolutely extraordinary. It was very wet, and he went sliding across it like it was an oil slippery dip in the middle of summer. All the Wout van Aert here out of the seat, very aggressive. Dan Hooler in the wheel, and you've also got Danny Martinez following closely there, Mats Pedersen as well. This is it now. This is clear that Visma Lease a Bike want to get one in that move like they did yesterday.
And Mads Pedersen likewise. There's no accidentally falling into the breakaway today. Ben Turner also trying to get there. Such disappointment yesterday for his roommate and his teammate as we saw Josh Tarling crash out of the race. 16th Ciclamino jersey. That puts him alongside Nasser Bouhanni, Giacomo Nizzolo and Dino Zandigo.
You mentioned Martinelli just before, Matt, and unfortunately for Martinelli, he was passing right by his house today as they descend off the Mortarolo. They were literally going past his front door. Unfortunately for him, he'll be at his front door probably, watching the race go by. Not what he would have wanted. This is home roads for him. Nothing better than racing on home roads. Something I never really got to experience, but for these guys, they get to. This is where they're being brought up.
Well, the closest you two got to doing that was the Herald Sun Tour, which is returning next year. Richard Carapaz, winner of this race in 2019. He was close in 2022. He had it on the final mountain stage in the morning, but Jai Hindley took it off him. He's just 31 seconds behind, and he was the strongest of the big favourites on the final climb yesterday.
It's a good attack, wasn't it? It was lightning. There was all they could do was watch him disappear off into the distance. And he's firming as the real danger man.
In fact, this is not Ben Turner. This is Tymon Arensman, who's gone into the early breakaway. Arensman's another rider who slipped down significantly in the overall standings yesterday. He started the day in 9th. He's now in 15th, so he's looking for a break. Stage 17 of the Giro d'Italia, and it's another day of climbing. It's 155 kilometres. There's 3 categorised climbs, and the destination is Bormio. It's been a quick start. They've been racing now for 12 kilometres, multiple attempts to get off the front, but an average speed of 51 kilometres per hour as they approach the first of the uncategorised climbs. It is raced together, but the elastic is starting to fray. Matthew Keenan with you, joined by Mitch Docker and David McKenzie. And Macca, week 3 of the Giro is always its best week.
It always is, for as long as I can remember, watching it as a late teens into my amateur years, and then now commentating it. It is the hardest third week of all of the 3 Grand Tours, and yesterday was confirmation of that. We kept talking it up. And sometimes I think, gee, the fans thinking we're just, trying to keep the ratings going. We're not. We're telling you the truth. And last night delivered in spades, and the rest of the week now sets it up nicely, doesn't it? It's effectively reset the general classification.
This is hard now, guys. They've just come off the camera of the riders, but wow, that was seriously hard over that uncategorised climb there. The riders are feeling it. The Giro, it's officially started, man.
It's underway, stage 17. As they go through the Valley of the Castles, they're going to be going through the Valley of the Exhausted Legs. We've spoken about the wine and the apples in this region, but the racing too. This is one of the key parts in the history of the Giro d'Italia, now in its 108th edition, and they're going up the Mortirolo climb today for the 13th time in the history of the Giro.
Yeah, it's a lovely area. They started today in the Alto Adige, Sud Tyrol region, and then they actually end up in Lombardia in Bormio, which people get confused sometimes because it sits at the bottom of the Passo Gavia and the Stelvio, 2 famous mountains. And when you think of those 2 names, you think it's the Dolomites. It's actually not. It's the northern Italian Alps, and then the Dolomiti a bit further north than that. But all in all, it is incredible countryside that they race through today. And that weather forecast you gave earlier, Matt, it sounds like it's going to be a pretty good day. 24 degrees maximum temp, so hopefully the roads will stay dry for them.
The white jersey today that has been worn on loan by Antonio Tiberi. He's 4 minutes and 7 seconds down in the race for white, which has him at 4:07 in the race for pink. And Luke Plapp at the back. He was under some pressure. Here's a look at the best young rider classification. It is Del Toro on top, and then the future of Italian cycling, Tiberi, Padazzari, Piganzoli, and it is then Max Poole in 5th position. Giulio Padazzari in 3rd. He was one of the big stories of the future of Italian cycling yesterday.
He was on the move, and he'd been let loose because, unfortunately for him, he came in wholeheartedly to support their out-and-right leader, Primoz Roglic. Unfortunately, Primoz Roglic went home yesterday, so Padazzari switched his mentality and went on the attack, and he's back on the move. He's back in top 10, 9th position, looking very promising yesterday. I can tell you, the peloton is really going very hard up those early climbs there. They're about to approach the first intermediate sprint here. This is quite a famous town as well, the first intermediate sprint. This is the home of Maurizio Fondrias. They're passing by, so this is going to be epic for these guys to be doing an intermediate sprint in this town.
Maurizio, the world champion in 1988, the winner of Milan-San Remo, and 2 stages here at the Giro d'Italia. That was the Castle Thun, which was built back in the 13th century. Classic example of medieval architecture in the power of the Trentino region, as we see Danny Martinez at the front, followed by Stephen Kruijswijk. 2 riders who have been podium finishers in Grand Tours. Bardet also trying to respond.
Yeah, and what we're seeing now is a bit of a mix of riders from teams like Kruijswijk with the team of Simon Yates, who now has got himself in such a fantastic position and a launch pad to potentially win this race. So they're trying to get riders up the road. Then you've got guys like Martinez. Their team leaders have gone home. And now it's a different reason to get in the break. Before it was for your team captains and to be out there already when they maybe came across. Now it's to salvage something from this race. It's to try and get a stage win. It's to make the move. So you've got a common goal to make the breakaway, but for completely different reasons.
And Visma with Kelderman, Kruiswijk, Van Aert, all active. It is to win the Giro d'Italia with Simon Yates.
Well, the big goal here for UAE is to not let Visma Lisa Bike or EF Education First Easy Post go in the breakaway today. They will be making sure they won't go in the breakaway because they don't want a repeat of yesterday where they get outnumbered and they send a rider, a satellite rider, up the road for later on. But it's very clear what Visma Lisa Bike are trying to do. They are trying to get one in there ferociously.
And UAE now on the front foot. It is the Mo double. This is Jay Vine, followed by Brandon McNulty. This is a very different tactic from UAE.
It's a very different tactic, and, you know, up until that key point with about probably 10 kilometres to go, we wouldn't have known it then, but they would have radioed through Del Toro and said, I'm not great. What I noticed last night, guys, was the big focus was on Simon Yates. It was as if that's all they were worried about. That was the only rider. And then they realised they had actually 2, maybe 3 more to worry about. Of course, Derek G, but then Richard Carapaz. So now the game has changed for UAE. They've had to throw the cards up in the air overnight and come up with a new game plan. And, you know, they've also got to hope that their man, Isaac Del Toro, has recovered and recovers today, tomorrow and all the way to Sunday, because he's got his back to the wall, as have the team.
What he did do brilliantly yesterday, Isaac Del Toro, was he bluffed Simon Yates. Yates was waiting and waiting, and then the gap got too big to Carapaz. And yesterday, Carapaz took 42 seconds off Simon Yates, and the gap between Carapaz and Yates is 5 seconds ahead of Carapaz. It is tough at the back of the peloton. Juan Ayuso is there, number 201. We've seen Luke Plapp at the back of the peloton. Reports coming out of the Plapp camp, he's unwell. The weather's catching up with him, the fatigue of a big Grand Tour as well. And I'd love to know the full story behind the condition of Juan Ayuso. He came into this race as the equal favourite with Primoz Roglic, and he has almost cut Quinten Hermans in half.
There was a bit of trouble down the back here. This shows you, 1, how fast this start is, but 2, how much of a toll yesterday's stage took on everyone. The weather, the climbs, but also the way that they raced yesterday. And with such a tough start, a lot of these riders with legs probably feeling like concrete blocks, they're not able to get their legs going and they're splits in the bunch. As soon as that gap opens up, it's very difficult to close it yourself. You might be able to hang on to the wheel, but you'll not be able to jump across a gap.
Corbin Strong at the back. He looked like he was enjoying himself at the start, waiting for the neutral rollout, chatting to a few people on the Moo Moo Tours, and now he's not chatting to anybody. Now he's chewing his stem. This is Aliotti now for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. 2 riders in the move from the Polti team. And is this Carlos Verona once again that's getting himself into the move? He's won once. It's been 13 years in the making. He's hunting number 2.
I did hear an interview after the stage yesterday. Carlos, would you be looking for a second stage? You know, why not? There's nothing to lose. And he didn't say no. He said, yeah, you know what? You never know. The legs are good. Why not try it again? We've seen it with this team. They've got the confidence. They've got nothing to lose. And when you've got nothing to lose, Macca, you can just race so freely. It just seems to click, doesn't it?
That is it. And the key thing of what you just said then is racing freely. You know, you've got the wins. You've got more than what you hoped for. You did that in the first 2 weeks. So this 3rd week is just, guys, go out and have fun. Just remember why you do this. And you do it. You remember why you took this sport up, because you love it. So now let's go out and have fun racing. And they'd be just high-fiving. Even, you know, the worst guy on that team who comes in last and has the worst day yesterday, he's having fun because he's saying, we have just dominated this tour. We've won more stages than anyone else. I'm having a shocker, but the boys are high-fiving me, punching me on the back, and I'm going to make it to Rome.
You know who I'd love to hear, Macca, is having fun is those boys at the back right now on this big road. Just thinking, listen to your voice. Boys, you having fun out there?
The director sport, if you think that'd work. I mean, this is, and that's what else I was going to say, just about the talk of, what we've been saying, how hard this is. These are harder than in a sense, they're harder than, say, a 3-coal mountain pass day. You've got 1 coal at the start because you get dropped there, you find your gruppetto. Here, no one wants to get dropped because they're too nervous. So no one's waiting. There's no gruppetto being formed. Everyone is scrambling on to the wheel ahead of them. So it's actually a lot harder.
We've seen a very active UAE today, but they are not controlling the front of this race. Giovanni Aliotti looking for a stage victory for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. We're inside 6 kilometres before they do go through the intermediate sprint. And as Mitch Docker mentioned before, the home of Maurizio Fondriest, who was one of the stars of the late 80s and the early 90s, a rider with real class.
He was, Matt, and he had super class, and you and I were rewatching, because it reminded me of a stage that we saw in the second week when he got the better of Tony Rominger in a stage of the Giro back in that era. But most famous and infamous, not him infamous, but he won the World Championship in Belgium, and it was one of the most infamous finishes that ever happened in a World Championship road title. Of course, Claude Coquillon, Maurizio Fondriest were coming into the finish. Maurizio Fondriest wasn't that well known then, and of course Claude Coquillon was going to win. That's what everyone expected. That's what the local crowd expected in Ronce, which was, in the Flandrian region. Steve Bauer, the Canadian, catches them with 1 kilometre to go, and it's like, okay, the game has changed, but Claude Coquillon's still the favourite. Bauer knocks off Claude Coquillon. He crashes in the final 300-400 metres at Belgium. Steve Bauer had to leave Belgium. I think he was living there. He had death threats, etc. He was a great cyclist, Steve Bauer. He was one of my heroes. And in the chaos of all of that, Maurizio Fondriest cruised across the line and was crowned world champion. It was a crazy, crazy bike race. Watch it. It's still there on YouTube. Incredible.
And featuring in it, finishing inside the top 10, is the Australian Alan Piper. And there was a court case labelled against Steve Bauer that ran for almost 15 years to try and come to a conclusion as to what happened in the last few hundred metres. And what's going to happen in the next 136 kilometres. Sitting at the back of the peloton, this is Zanoncello from Bardiani. They've had a pretty good tour. They've been in lots of breakaways. Michael Hepburn still surviving at the back. Timon Arensman in the red colours for Ineos Grenadiers. Good to see him bouncing back after the disappointment of yesterday. We've spoken a lot about the lakes in the last couple of days, and they play a significant role in the hydroelectric power generation. But when you think of places, internationals, when they think of Australia, they think of the beaches. When you think of northern Italy, you think of the lakes.
You do. And of course, this is an artificial one that was created for the region for all the good reasons. But you're right, the Northern Lakes area, and more so in Lombardia, of course, Lago Maggiore, Lake Como, which is obviously very famous, and they're all very close together around there. Lake Lugano as well, so it's not that far from here, in fact, as the crow flies. And of course, we do finish in Lombardia today, which is the same region. This one is quite impressive. They've taken advantage of the natural landscape as well.
And that dam is impressive, this dam dating back to the 1950s. You saw that there was a big gap in the vehicles because there's been a significant group of riders who have lost contact with the peloton. Leader Trek continuing their great vein of form. Patrick Conrad now coming up to the front. They've also got Matches Vacek, who's been a star of the race. Dan Hula, a stage winner. Likewise, Carlos Verona once again trying to move to the front. 4 stage wins for Mads Pedersen. They've barely put a foot wrong. The one thing that did go wrong for them was the stage that was going into Slovenia. Almost the entire team crashed, and their leader for the general classification, Giulio Ciccone, out. There's a look at the numbers for the first 15 kilometres. The amount of power from Matej Vacek put out, obviously spiking to over 1,200 watts to try and get himself into one of the splits. It's tough to get into the breakaway when that is what's required and there is no move.
Yeah, I actually thought Matej Vacek might have featured a little bit more in the back end of this race, but clearly he was doing a lot early in the race. He was doing a lot with Mads Pedersen. He was doing a lot in the time trial, even in the Strade Bianca stage as well. But you know, maybe he did use a little bit too many bickies early in the first week, and he's paying for that now. But look at him coming to the front here. Mads Pedersen, he has got a substantial lead, but they want these points.
So they're heading towards the next of the intermediate sprint points. As you saw from the leaderboard, Mads Pedersen, he leads by 105 points. Second is Olaf Koy of Visma Lease Bike. Third is Wout van Aert of Visma Lease Bike. Each of the intermediate sprints, it's 12 points for the win, 8, 5, 3 and 1 for the minor placings. Much to my surprise, Mads Pedersen, despite his lead of more than 100 points, has still been gobbling up the intermediate sprints. He even sprinted a few days ago when there was a break of 5 and only 1 point left up for grabs. He still went for it.
Oh, he's hungry. He has been hungry, hasn't he? Since day one, every opportunity that presents itself. And look at the team as well, rallying around him, relishing the challenge, treating it as if it's the first sprint of stage one. It is impressive to see.
Let's look at the numbers for the stage. The highest point, 1,882 metres, almost 4,000 metres worth of altitude gain. So 1,000 metres less than yesterday, but it is 50 kilometres shorter than yesterday. Yesterday was a big stage. It was labelled as the Queen stage, and it lived up to its expectations.
It did. It certainly did, Matt. But one thing about yesterday was they didn't go over the high mountains. They went over a lot of Category 1 tough climbs, but only picking out at 1,000 metres. Today will be the highest point of the Giro that they go to at this point. They're going to get over 2,000 metres in the next coming days, but today is the highest they've been in this year's Giro so far.
It's been really clever the way they've mapped out where the high points are. There is some flat kilometres in the stage today. I'm not sure how they've found them. How have they found 25% of today's stage to be flat? I can't see it.
I can't. Actually, after the intermediate sprint, which is coming up in Cles, maybe a bit of flat road there, and maybe towards the end, off the back of Le Motte, back into Bormio. But I agree, there is no flat road. I think it's scrambling for that.
Here's the lineup for Trek Segafredo. Ciccone and Soren Kragh Andersen both out of the race due to crashes. This is Jacopo Mosca on the front. Carlos Verona behind him. He's a stage winner. Dan Hula, he's a stage winner. Matej Vacek has been leading out Mads Pedersen in the sprint finishes. And Patrick Conrad is one of the riders that was part of the team to support Ciccone in the mountains. They'd like to see Conrad get into the break, him given his chance.
Well, the man on the front there, Carlos Verona, he is a bit bigger these days, but when he was first starting out as a rider, he got the name Patikas, and that is a name for the small, skinny legs. He grabbed that when he was in Burgos, his first team, and he carried that all through his team. He's still got that name now, even though he's put on a bit of bulk. He's got the power in those legs. Look at him. He's known for his climbing ability. When he first came on the scene, he was just a skinny little guy, and then they call him Patikas.
His stage win was one of the heartwarming moments of this year's Giro, and his wife was there. He met his wife when he was racing in the juniors, Esther. They were on the junior national team together, and he said that the win, it's our win. It's her win as much as it is mine. We have built this career together. And it was so nice to see two of his three kids that were with him. His young son couldn't make it across, a little bit too small to do the travel, so back at home with the in-laws.
What I loved was that they were the first to greet him as he crossed the line. It was fantastic.
500 metres to the end of the intermediate sprint, and the rider from Decathlon, that is Dries de Bont, he is in 9th position in the points classification, and he's been the one rider who has regularly tried to challenge Mads Pedersen. The lead out is on. It's courtesy of Dan Hula. De Bont is the first to open up, but he can barely get to the bottom bracket of Mads Pedersen. And now Pedersen puts on the afterburners, opens up the gap, and gets another 12 points.
Wow, that was a full-on lead-out, as if they were fighting tooth and nail to keep this jersey. It's crazy how serious they're taking this, and look, it's great to see. The peloton now watch for the counter-attacks over the top here, Macca. Or let's just watch Mads Pedersen. Maybe that was setting it up for the breakaway.
Well,
it wasn't for the sprint.
That's it. They've let him out. And by the way, Dries de Bont was second, and I think they took third, fourth, and fifth. Liedel Trek across the line. We'll get confirmation. But you're right. He has just continued on and said, well, you know what? We've actually created a gap here. Let's see if we can continue and create more of a gap, get 5-10 riders across and create the break of the day.
There's a chance to learn a little bit more about the town that played an important role throughout the Middle Ages, particularly for the region of Trentino. De Bont is there. Vacek is there. This has been using the intermediate sprint to create the split. At the start of the day, Mads Pedersen, his lead in the race for the Ciclamina jersey was 105 points. It's now 117 points. Not a lot left of this old castle. You can see the defensive walls that used to surround it. This was the main castle that protected the bishops of Trento, dating back to the 13th century. There has been a bit of work done recently to particularly maintain what's left of it on the inside and making sure that defensive walls don't deteriorate any further. And another backdrop packed full of vineyards. The mountains that await, still snow-capped at the top, and they're heading to Bormio for the stage finish today, which next year will be hosting the downhill skiing in the Winter Olympics. Jaco Ulula now with Chris Harper in second spot. That's the man they want in the breakaway. Here comes Harper.
Yeah, well, they're setting it up here. They're really just driving it on front. I actually predicted Harper may have waited for that Category 2 climb. Would have been a better launch pad for him, but he's got to be careful here that it doesn't slip away before they get to the Category 2. Matthias Vacek, just as I said he wasn't doing much, he's come in just to prove me wrong, hasn't he?
I think they've just got to be, you've got to be really strategic and really measured. And with you, I like seeing Chris Harper and Jake O'Lula trying to move, but that's on a fast section, and you've got to be, I know they were looking around, but as soon as you see that there isn't a gap or that peloton is together, sit up and wait, because every time you burn a match, and when you're burning matches deep in the third week, they don't burn for as long. So you've got to be really strategic and, as I said, really measured.
So Pedersen with 12 points. De Bont collected the 8. It was then Vacek and Hull from Liedel Trek and Ular from Movistar with just the 1 point. 129 kilometres to go. They've been through the intermediate sprint. They're heading towards the first of the categorised climbs. Visma Lease bike on the move. It's Stephen Cruz bike at the front. They're thinking about the prospects in this stage of Simon Yates. Can he get the pink jersey off the shoulders of Isaac Del Toro? A lot still to play for on stage 17. 125 kilometres remaining on stage 17 of the Giro d'Italia, and it has been unrelentless attacking for the first 30 kilometres. David McKenzie, Mitch Docker, enjoying retirement, are we?
I've forgotten what it's like. Mitch, you probably still have memories and can relay a bit clearer than what I can.
You can just look behind there. You can see the riders coming up around the corner. These are the worst types of starts that you can ever hope for because it's rolling, because there's not an actual point where the bunch is going to split. There's riders that can keep going and just keep attacking. As they're going through here, the Val de Sol, this is very famous as well for the mountain biking as well.
Yeah, it is. And you mentioned the bike paths, Maddie, earlier. And from Verona up to this area, and then even more so. So isn't it really great to see that they're implementing more of this? And around this whole area they are too, and, you know, sort of in the same area, but around Lake Garda, I know there's a fairly new constructed bike path that is just out of this world. Beautiful. So it's great that they offer all of these sort of elements, and they know tourists want to come here and ride their bikes in these areas, and you've got the train as well, so very accessible.
They've got the apple and flavour trail up here, the Strada della Mela supporty. And you can do like apples, cheese, meat. They've got the autumn festivals up here. It's a must-see for the history buffs.
That's a retirement thing too, I think.
Yeah.
Retired pro cyclists.
Big
Sign up
change
for that.
Big change in the bike race because the pink jersey is not waiting. This is Isaac Del Toro who is attacking. What a way to go into the defence of your overall race lead. He looked vulnerable yesterday. He's now bridging across to a split in the race. He's taking care of business himself. He's making sure that he doesn't get caught out. This is outstanding. He's only 21 and he can handle the pressure of expectation that is resting on his shoulders.
Well, he's racing, isn't he? And we love it. But at what cost? You know, that big acceleration. And where's his teammates? You know, where's the teammates, a teammate or two teammates to drag him across? So I'm with you, Matty. I love it. And it's old school, isn't it, racing? It's like, you know, it's like we call it one-out racing sort of thing. But, you know, where's his teammates here? A couple of them coming up now. EF are coming up. I know that. And that's the example I'm talking about, because you've got an EF rider on the front, presuming Carapaz on the wheel. So Carapaz has had a free ride across.
Well, now we're seeing Visma Lisa bike. They have to do the chasing, but those three does not include Simon Yates. He was further back within the peloton. Caden Groves is in this group. This is Roman Bardet in the blue colours. Here is the chase from Visma Lisa bike. So you've got Eduardo Affini.
You're right, he's not there.
He's in the group of riders just a little bit further back. The next yellow jersey that you see will be Simon Yates. There he is, the small figure of Yates. Second place in the general classification, just 26 seconds down.
I think this is silly by Del Toro. He does not need to be doing moves like this on a big open flat road at 45 kilometres an hour with 122 kilometres to go. There's absolutely no need whatsoever for the pink jersey to be closing gaps like that on his own.
Save that acceleration for the end.
Here we go again.
What he did say prior to yesterday's stage, he was, and these are his words, maybe I'm not smart sometimes, and maybe I need to think about it more. I'm new in this position. I'll follow my instincts sometimes, but I also know that I need to get smarter.
Yeah, that's right. He's acknowledging it. Absolutely. And look, I think that what that says as well is the team are letting him race freely, you know, within reason. They're saying, we don't want you to change because it's also put you in the Maglia Rosa. It's stage 16, stage 17. Now, you're leading. So you've got to quell it a little bit, but we want you to be you, Isaac. We want you to race as you have.
33 kilometres covered. You could see what is still to come, and it's the hardest part of the race that still remains. And Mads Pedersen is making it even harder. This is a class group. It's Pedersen on the fronts. Last year's second place finisher, Danny Martinez, in the white colours for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. And a podium third at the Tour de France, Steven Kruijswijk. It is all quality out in front. Third week, the cream is rising to the top.
Kruijswijk is rising, isn't he, today? We've mentioned him and seen him a number of times already in this first hour of racing. So Visma obviously have a clear objective here. We said it already, and that it is to get a man up the road, and Kruijswijk looks like the one, and he looks, you know, you've got to be feeling good. When you're going in multiple attacks in this first, not even an hour, 45 minutes of racing, you're obviously feeling pretty good.
Well, we need to see a little bit more involvement here from UAE. The fact that Del Toro felt the need to attack across that gap shows me that he's feeling isolated. He's not seeing his teammates around him.
You know, 48 hours ago, the team looked impenetrable. Now they look vulnerable.
And you know who did panic, or reacted at least, when Del Toro attacked? Derek G was straight out of the saddle, and he basically did the exact same effort as Del Toro. So these GC guys, a few of them were on their own, were one out, and they all reacted to him. So they're still obviously concerned enough about Del Toro, because, you know, it could just end up being one bad day yesterday.
But the person who reacted was Derek G, also a new guy to the peloton. Third year in the peloton, you know, Del Toro, second year in the pro peloton. Simon Yates waited for his team to pull him across, did not move from the wheels. He hasn't used any extra energy that he needed to.
He learned some big lessons, Simon Yates, in 2018, when at this point on stage 17, he was in the pink jersey. He'd won 3 stages. He'd taken all the intermediate time bonuses amongst the battles in the riders for the general classification. Within the space of 72 hours, he'd gone from 1st to 21st, from leading to an hour and 15 behind.
Yeah, it's still, when you go back and re-look at those final 3 stages, because that's what it was for Simon Yates. Up until that point, he was looking unbreakable. As you said, 3 stage wins. He was winning almost when he wanted to, and it was how much was he going to win the race by. But we've seen it at the Giro before, and that's why we keep talking up this final 3rd week.
There's Carlos Verona, stage winner a couple of days ago. That was on Sunday before the rest day. Jay Vine at the back for UAE. A very, very important teammate for Isaac Del Toro. Vine's had his own problems with crashes. He's had plenty of bad luck, but the pink jersey needs him now. Doesn't need him at the back. He needs him at the front.
And this is, you know, let's just talk about morale and motivation for a minute. We keep talking about Lidl Trek as the prime example of how good their morale is, how good their motivation is. When their main man, Giulio Ciccone, crashed out, the whole team waited for him. The whole team waited, and they said, that's fine. We wiped today. You're probably not going to start tomorrow, so we are honouring you and we're riding in. And then they've got back on with the job. UAE now, as like Del Toro, he needs his teammates, not just physically now, he needs them emotionally and psychologically. So they now need to be the ones who lift him up and say, hey, Isaac, come on, mate. That was just a one-off yesterday, and it wasn't even a whole stage. It was the last 10 kilometres. Move on. We're going to win this bike race.
They need to rebuild like this old fortified structure from the 13th century. They need to get the walls back up around him. They're crumbling like this building, and they need to get back there and support him. This is support for Michael Storer. This is the German national champion, Marco Brenner, at the front. Yes, they're looking for a stage victory. They've got another rider in this group from Tudor Pro Cycling. They are very positive about the chances of Storer winning a stage and moving further up overall.
And again, these are the examples we're seeing. Michael Storer has just been rising. Suddenly, not suddenly, I shouldn't say that, but the team have backed him, and now they're saying, wow, we can jump for the podium. It's not beyond our reach. So you're seeing how the psychological shift in these teams, whether it be positive or negative, is happening before our eyes.
Michael Storer is exactly 3 minutes off a podium spot. He's 3 minutes and 31 seconds off first place.
Well, the Australian Simon Clark has actually made that front group there. Looks like it's good to see him on the move. Speaking to him earlier before the stage, he said he would be looking for the break, but their main aim is to look after Derek G's GC position.
Derek G, incidentally, he's in 4th position, 1 minute and 31 seconds down.
He was brilliant yesterday, I thought, Derek G. He's an unassuming, can I say that? He's an unassuming general classification rider. He doesn't look like a sort of GC rider to me. I don't know, how they're meant to look necessarily, but he doesn't look like he's a great climber, but he climbed effectively with some of the best in the world yesterday.
The template for Derek G is Geraint Thomas, Bradley Wiggins. He comes from a team's pursuit background. Mitch did a fantastic interview with him on his podcast, and he talked about that process of the team's pursuit transitioning to the road. This is only his first time starting a Grand Tour targeting the general classification. He did finish in the top 10 last year at the Tour de France, but that was without it being the primary objective. Vine still at the back of the peloton, still under pressure. Kruijswijk at the front. Florian Stork the next in line. Then it is Hugo Houle.
Oh, the pace is really on here. Visma Lisa bike are putting it in here now. They've got 3 in the front group here. Peloton is just behind there. They're definitely not away, but they're stretched out.
How about the power struggle across the last 5 years between Visma Lisa bike and UAE? It's playing out again. This is Visma Lisa bike versus UAE, with different leaders, but with the same objective. The objective is to win.
It's great. It's great, isn't it? And it's great that it's with different characters. You don't think about it until you say that, because we are talking about different characters on both teams.
But the management's the same, and they've got long memories. This is Jimmy Janssens at the back. The breakaway destroyer on the flat stages to try and settle up for Caden Groves. This is good news for the pink jersey. This is Brandon McNulty at the front for UAE. Bardet, the next one to roll through, followed by Genietz. This is an enormous group, and this is out of control for UAE.
I think I just spotted Damien Housen too, the Australian in there. He's got that distinctive style for Q36.5, so hopefully my eyesight is accurate, but I'm pretty sure back in about 10th wheel. Well, that looks like it's closing up, is it?
Well, it's breaking up and then it's closing up, and it repeats itself again and again and again. This has been an incredible start to the stage. Life at the back is never easy. Michael Hepburn is the rider in the purple colours. And we know that Carlos Verona is on great form, and he's sitting in 5th last position in the peloton. Good form, plenty of confidence, team morale through the roof. Even he's finding it tough.
Yeah, we saw him up the front just before in that lead out. Obviously, he went deep to try and set up Pedersen there, and he's trying to recover. The problem is, Bunch is going so fast, got no chance to recover, and even when he does, he can't move up. This is a good chance now as the bunches up to move up, but look at the gap there. The riders individually trying to get across there. The bunch is actually out of control here. No one is controlling.
You're right, Mitch. It is out of control. It's just scrambling one after the other. There's no real team, sort of 2 or 3 riders from a team. And meanwhile, at the front, they are just turning the screws, waiting for it to snap.
Van Baarle in the yellow colours. The rider behind him, that's Louis Meintjes. He is flat out just trying to stay in the slipstream of Dylan Van Baarle. He's a man for the mountains, Louis Meintjes. He wants to get into the break. He wants the climbs to start. This is not his terrain. This is the challenge with the group being so big. It is gas on, gas off. But then for UAE Team Emirates, they will be struggling to get an update on who is actually in the breakaway, because Race Radio is not in a position to put an official across there and call out the numbers and say, this one is in the move. Well, Van Aert now on the front.
Well, this is not what they wanted, Viceland Lease Bike. Only with 2 riders in that front group there. It's pretty big. You've got Dylan Van Baarle, and I think it was also Steven Kruiswijk in that front group. It's not what they wanted.
No, it is a big group. And
this is a strange scenario. Sorry to interrupt,
no.
They've got Dylan Van Baarle on the front of the breakaway. They've got Wout van Aert on front of the peloton. What is going on here?
That is a really good point. Yeah, that's right. And as further to your point, Matt, Race Radio would not be able to update yet, so they don't know, and there's probably a lack of communication going on as well. So you've got the same team drilling it, trying to open it up, and you've got their teammates trying to bring it back.
There is confusion in stage 17 of the Giro d'Italia. It has been dragging uphill for the first 40 kilometres, and the average speed is still 46 k's per hour. Matteo Catania, he's remonstrating. Others are getting flustered. This is a tough day of racing.
Oh, it's the 3rd week, isn't it? Tempers start to fray. Tell you what, I've seen it with reporters on the finish line trying to jostle for position. Everyone gets a little bit grumpy into the 3rd week of a Grand Tour, and it's no different in the peloton.
You know what I think Viceland Lease Bike were doing there? They were riding in tempo on the front of the peloton to discourage those big attacks, but actually the tempo they were riding was slower than the breakaway. And so what was happening, it was slowly going out, and as you can see now, it steadied the bunch. The peloton is swarmed up. There's no more attacks because there's a constant pace, and that gap is out to 25 seconds. It's gone.
And it's going to go out very, very quickly. The group was somewhere in the vicinity of 30 to 35 riders. Viceland Lease Bike settling the tempo at the front of the peloton. Now the responsibility will be shifting across to UAE Team Emirates. Completely shut down now at the head of the peloton. Now this is the big challenge for Rafael Majka and also Adam Yates. There's the pink jersey, Del Toro. He's taking a rolling nature break, and that is music to the ears of those in the leading group. Here they are. Bilbao in white again in the break. He's been so good. This is his 4th significant breakaway of the race.
Actually, Visma Leasebike have got 3 in this front group. That's Wilco Kelderman as well here. This is a great scenario. They've played this very well. So exactly what we were saying there, what they did there, they got the break established and then they slowed the bunch down and let it go.
Pedersen has been very regular at the front. That's Louis Minkies, who's swung off to the side. Caden Groves is in this group. So now, where is the all-powerful UAE to protect the pink jersey? Yes, he's taking a rolling nature break. Where are the riders around him? There he is, returning to the peloton again, Macca, on his own.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a common theme, hasn't it? And it's not the first time we've noticed it and brought it up. So, yeah, it's just interesting. He really, for the last week, should have had one rider that just follows him around, one teammate that just is by his side, sticks with him, and it's a little bit of that comfort feeling as well. You know, you've got your teammate, you've got your 2IC right there, your wingman sort of watching your back. You need food, you need water. Oh, you want to have a rolling nature break. You want to go back to take your jacket. And they haven't done that really at all. It's like he's fending for himself a lot of the time.
You can see the company that he's in as a rider under the age of 22 to have the leader's jersey post stage 16. That is some impressive company. Beppe Cerrone, he was a winner of the race, eventually a world champion. Likewise, Fausto Coppi. Enrico Molo, don't know a lot about him.
Well, they've all just come together now as a team, and yeah, I agree with you, Macca. Like, you should have a rider with him, but it's also up to Del Toro to ride with his team as well. So it looks like they've all grouped together now to just reconvene, understand what's going on here. Brendan McNulty's in the front group here. Do they have another one in this front group? It's so large. It's quite hard to get an understanding who's actually in this group. Caden Groves, the Australian's down the back there. Simon Clark as well. So a couple of Aussies up the front there.
Damien Housen, is he there for Q36.5?
He is. Yeah.
That's good. He's now rolling through.
Harper as well. Chris Harper as well.
This is at the back of the group. Number 8, that is Jan Traknik. Number 5 is Danny Martinez. 58, that is Andrea Vendrami. He has been a former stage winner in this race. Genetz, the Luxembourg national champion, is in the move. Diego Ulisi, and the leader of the King of the Mountains classification, Lorenzo Fortunato. He also wears the red numbers as the most combative prize winner of the stage yesterday. 15 years ago, it was an Australian, Matt Lloyd, who took out the King of the Mountains classification. That year, Lloydie was wearing a green jersey. We also had Richie Port in the white jersey, Cadel Evans in the red jersey for the points classification. He was a stage winner on Zoncola back in 2021, Lorenzo Fortunato. And when Matt Lloyd won the King of the Mountains classification, he too was a stage winner. Lloydie, if you're watching, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. They're heading to your terrain. They're heading towards the mountains. 109 kilometres to go. Breakaway group of 38 riders. They're now out to a lead of almost 3 minutes as they are approaching the first of today's official categorised climbs. It is a huge contingent of riders. Amongst them, the Australian climber from the Jayco Lula team, Chris Harper, has managed to squeeze his way into the move. He took it easy as you can yesterday to give himself this opportunity. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, they've got 3 in the breakaway. Multiple riders there, again from the Lidl Trek team. Damien Housen, another South Australian. He's in the move for Q36.5. This is Harper now going through to the front. Danny Martinez is the next one through, second in the general classification last year. 3 in the move for Visma Leasebike, and 2 of them outstanding climbers. Kelderman and Kruiswijk, both podium finishers in Grand Tours. That is thinking long-term about the move to come from Simon Yates. In fact, Visma, they have 4. Dylan Van Baarle also in the breakaway. Tarozzi is there for Bardiani. McNulty is the rider from UAE. Florian Stork and Plumas are there for Tudor Pro Cycling. They're teammates of the Australian Michael Storer. Astana with Ulisi, Fortunato and Cantor. Aren't they having a tour? Aren't they having a season? This is Vendrami at the back, one of 2 riders in the move for Decathlon AG Tour. In fact, 3 riders in the move for them because they have Dries de Bont, Stan de Wolf and Andrea Vendrami. McNulty is the best placed in the overall standings, and he's a teammate of the race leader. Is this move good news or bad news for Del Toro in pink?
Well, yeah, I think it's good news. McNulty being the first on GC, Louis Menkes is at 34 minutes. I actually think McNulty can actually drop back to the peloton. There's no need for him to be in the bunch unless he can provide a satellite rider for Del Toro if things explode on this climb.
The flip side, having him out there, given that he's the best placed overall, this is the kind of day where we can see the breakaway, the gap, the time gap really blow out. We have seen an example already this year, yesterday, where the gap went out to 9 minutes. With UAE having the best placed rider overall in the breakaway, does that let them sit back in the peloton and force others to chase?
It absolutely does. And by the way, to me, UAE are not the ones to get on the front, even if McNulty wasn't there. Yes, he's in the Maglia Rosa, but the GC was reset yesterday. He leads by 20 seconds. So they throw their hands in the air and say, guys, I don't think so. Hey, EF, Moneyball team, you got the strongest guy in the bike race. He is the danger man. You guys can now get on the front. And so too you, Viz Melissa bike. Forget it. We're not, we're going to lose. You've got to play the bluff game. So, but the fact that they've got McNulty, I couldn't agree more. McNulty stays there and they do not get on the front, UAE. They call the bluff of the other teams.
This is Andrea Vendrami with some problems with his shoes. He's swapping shoes. He's putting the old ones on. He's going to the faithful. He's into the slippers. Not often you see this. We have seen Mark Cavendish in this position. We saw him do this in his final participation in the Tour de France, Mark Cavendish. Like yesterday, Ineos Grenadiers, they've put one rider in the breakaway, and it's Kim Hajduk, the German rider, yet again. This is a region that is originally best known for its ski stations. We've spoken about Bormio hosting part of the Winter Olympics next year. Mountain biking is becoming a big part of these communities too, so they're all year round destinations. And we're seeing this throughout Australia as well, with places like Thredbo, Mount Hotham, Bright, etc.
Well, this is actually the home to the Val di Sole Mountain Bike World Cup on the 20th of June to the 22nd of June, so it's just coming up around the corner. And last year, Sam Gaze, the New Zealander, won the Val di Sole. Tom Pidcock has competed at the Val di Sole as well, so he has been here, not on the road bike, but also on the fat tyres, ripping it on the descents.
And we saw recently Mathieu van der Poel across at the Czech Republic. He had a nasty crash. He's fractured his wrist, and he's doing a Matt Hayman. He's already on the Zwift bike. He's already back in training, and he'll be ready to go for the Tour.
I hope so. I think he crashed twice, and it's the scaphoid, which is it's a really small bone, and it's a really tricky one to heal. So very fragile. So yeah, we all hope he is. He's so exciting, isn't he? And we hope he'll be ready to go. But the last update was they couldn't give an update in terms of his recovery and which races he'll be doing. It's a day-by-day prospect for Mathieu van der Poel. So fingers crossed for cycling fans and cycling commentators around the world. We all want him there.
He is an excitement machine. It's been a tough tour for number 5. From second overall last year to an hour and 36 behind.
Yeah, well, he's had a couple of crashes as well, so it hasn't been an ideal race for Denny Martinez. Now he's on the attack. Up in this group, we'll see what he'll be able to do today, but they've had to switch their mentality. A lot of pressure fell back on his shoulders once the Australian Jai Hindley fell out of the race in the first week.
23 teams in the race, 38 riders in the breakaway. One team has missed the move, and that is the team that is now on the front. They have a tiny budget. This is the Polte Visit Malta team. They're one of the wild cards. They have the least amount of resources of anyone in this race, on par with Bardiani, who have managed to get one in the breakaway. They're now getting the whip out from the team car.
Well, they're only 1 kilometre or 1.5 kilometres from the bottom of the Category 2 climb here, the Passo del Tonale. So their idea here will be pace it. They're not going to close a 3-minute gap as a team. I think what they're going to do is try and pace it as long as they can and get 1 or 2 of their riders to make the bridge on the climb. I predict this breakaway is too big to stay like this, Macca. They're going to split up on this climb. The pace is going to heat up. We're going to see a reformation.
Well, and I was going to say, pardon the cliche, but them chasing now will upset the apple cart for the breakaway. So, yeah, you'd be annoyed in the breakaway. Even I think I agree with you. I don't think they'll bring it back. It's 3 minutes and 18 seconds, and you know we're on the lower slopes almost of this first major climb. But yeah, how do you miss that? You shouldn't. You can't. I know they're a small budget team, but you've got to have all hands on deck, don't you? On the opening hour of a stage. It happens though. It's not the first time it's happened. They're not the first team to miss a big move, a big group of riders. 39, as we say, that is a big group.
It's a big group. It's the Wolf who's at the front in the blue colours. Caden Groves smartly in the grey, doesn't do too much work. They're about to start the first of the categorised climbs. This is a Category 2 climb, more than 15 kilometres long. And it's a sea of yellow at the front. Kruiswijk, Kelderman, Lemon, they're doing the pacemaking. Van Baarle is slightly further back.
Well, we saw Van Baarle just a few days ago in the same situation. The break obviously wasn't as big as this, but he decided to split it up as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Visma Lease Bike trim this down a little bit and get it to a manageable size.
This is Stefano Oldani for the Cofidis team. Little tap off to the side from Lawrence Hughes. Cofidis and Arkea, they'll be relieved that they've got somebody in the breakaway. Hitting the base of the Tonale climb for the 14th time in the history of the Giro d'Italia. Here's a look at some of the numbers. It goes to more than 1,800 metres above sea level. Average gradient of 6%, a little over 15 kilometres long. Maximum pinch of 9%. So given that there's not a very big gap between the average and the max, it's a very steady climb.
It depends how they race this now, back to your point, Mitch. With this group, of course, it'd be impossible to see 39 riders go across the top. But just with that gradient in mind, if they just ride a solid tempo here, it could be a big group that goes over the top. Or will they now attack hard? Will Visma Lease Bike say, you know what, this isn't good. We need to split this right down, get rid of the dead wood, and maybe drag another 10 or 15 with us. That's fine, but we don't want to drag 25 with us.
What's going to be important is behind what's going to happen with Team Polton Visit Malta. They can get this close, make that jump, and if they do to try and make that jump, who from the peloton's going to go? It's going to open up the attacking again. That is not what UAE want. They want to shut it down. They don't want the attacking to start again on this climb.
We spoke quite a bit yesterday about how international the front of the race was. This climb was used as a summit finish for a stage in the Giro d'Italia of 1997. Tackled for the 30th time throughout the history of the race today, and back in 2022, that was without King of the Mountain status. But when it was for a stage finish in 1997, the peloton that year, 180 riders started. There were no Australians in the race. There was 131 Italians. The next most represented nation was Spain. The Giro d'Italia has come a long way, and it's much better for it, and the quality of the racing is better as well.
Yeah, 100%. Did you say 97?
1997.
1997. So that was my first year as a professional on an Italian team. There were 12 or 13 equivalent World Tour teams, as we know back then. And the Italian cycling, they ruled the world cycling. They ruled world cycling. And it was predominantly Italians, the whole racing. You had a smidgen of Russians, you had a few other nationalities, and 1 or 2 Australians, and in Italy it was all Italians racing.
We just saw the graphic pop up that showed the maximum power output of Isaac Del Toro, and the acceleration, I'm assuming it was, when he went across to the front of the peloton, He went to more than 1,000 watts. He's spending a lot of energy early. The toughest part of this stage is to come.
Yeah, I really do think that was a really wasted move by Del Toro there. Not only did he waste energy, but he showed his cards, his inexperience. And that is feeling, the pressure to chase a group back on a big road like that of, whatever that was, 40, 50 riders. We're not talking about on the final climb where he needs to get across to a guy like Yates or whatever. Make the move. He had his whole team there. There was no need to panic at that point. And he showed right then and there that he was panicking.
Beautiful old castle of San Michele, dating back to the Lombard era. As you can see, hosted various noble families, lots of restoration work done for it to reopen in 2014. And I would imagine that those newer looking buildings, they've got the newer roofs on them, they would have some artifacts that tell the history and the story of this village and what is left of this castle. The climb, a little too tough, too soon for Caden Groves. He's had one stage win so far. That was a victory in the rain into Napoli. How do we rate this year's Giro d'Italia for Caden Groves?
I think it's been a good one. Look, he got that victory into Napoli, as you said, and the much-needed victory there. And he's been up and about in the other sprints as well. Maybe he missed out on a second stage win as well, but he's been jumping around in all these breakaways, playing the team role. They don't really have much more to do in this race, so it's been a bit more of a training routine for him the last few days, and especially this last week. Just making the most of it, trying to get through this race as well as he can.
I echo your words, Mitch. Yeah, I think apart from that second place where, that was one that sort of got away in the end. Casper Azrin winning, of course. But outside of that, he's been really active. We've talked about him a lot because we've seen him on camera and mostly off the front or on the front. And so, I think he's had a good Giro.
So too is this man. You could barely have a better Giro as one of the sprinters in the race. 4 stage victories, a commanding lead in the Ciclamino classification, and he has celebrated victories of other teammates. It was beautiful emotion when he came into the tent and he saw Carlos Verona after his stage victory, and he gave him a bear hug.
Check out those bottles as well. That's taking it to the next level. They've got the aerodynamic bottles on the frames as well. It's another innovation that we're seeing with Trek Segafredo. Lidl Trek is there. They've taken it to the next level. They're almost like time trial bottles. So if they grab a bottle from another team, which can often happen if you don't have your team there, I wonder whether that's going to fit in their bidding cage.
It doesn't.
No.
I've got those bidding cages on my bike. A standard water bottle doesn't fit.
Why do you have those bidding cages?
So I can be first to the cafe.
You've got the aero cages. So we did a story on them last year at the start of the women's tour, actually, and we talked exactly about that. So I was about to say, I can tell you, because they showed us. It was a bit of an issue because they were waiting for the aero bottles to turn up because they were, the other one's obviously a stock standard. So the mechanics weren't too happy, but I'm sure the riders are very pleased with them.
Vacek, he'd be pleased with his Giro d'Italia so far. Mads Pedersen was searching to try and assist him to get a stage victory. When we saw Vacek off the front, he was caught with 600 metres to go with the uphill drag. It was him and Roman Bardet. And then Pedersen versus Van Aert. That was the best of the 4 stage victories for Pedersen. That was the one from a pure sporting perspective. Sure, the first one came with the pink jersey, but on sporting terms, the win going toe-to-toe with Wout Van Aert was the biggest.
Well, he punched out somewhere around 700 watts for the last minute in that sprint. It was big stuff. At the end of a stage, not even the first stage, mid-tour, uphill sprint at the end of a tough stage. There's some serious wattage there, but he showed his class, his dominance to beat Van Aert on a sprint that arguably suited Van Aert.
This is at the back of the peloton. Jay Vine, is this just going back to the team car? Let's hope it is for Jay Vine. He looks relatively comfortable, but it's hard to get a read on him because let's not forget that he is still recovering from having been involved in multiple crashes.
Yes, I'm not convinced.
I think it's physical.
Well, I'm just I'd like to get another camera shot because the cars weren't. He would have stayed on the back. He would have thought if he'd wanted to go back to a car, up a climb, and you've got a team on the front, you'd be a little bit cautious. So we'll see.
Back of the breakaway, number 91, Louis Meintjes, on the day that the breakaway won. And it was the victory for Casper Asgreen. Meintjes was in the break. His team car called him back. They said, you can't win for here. This break is going nowhere. He remonstrated, but he followed orders, and he went back to the peloton. Casper Asgreen won the stage.
Well, I think he would have been annoyed that he knew the breakaway went to the finish, but it definitely wasn't a finish that would just suit Louis Meintjes, because it was a finish that suited Casper Asgreen. A flat finish. The Dane got down in his time trial positioning, and he is known for riding away solo. He's got so much strength in the saddle, Casper Asgreen. Unfortunately for Meintjes, I think he might have even just got ridden straight out of the wheel if he was there, but would have been annoying knowing that that break went to the finish, knowing that you were in it, that the opportunity was there.
Fortunato, he is sensing the chase coming from behind. So the leader of the King of the Mountains classification is putting the squeeze on. He wants to break the group up. McNulty goes with him. It's his teammate, Diego Ulisse, who is the next one responding. We've all heard the expression, what is old is new again, and that is the case with the aero bottles on the Trek bikes, because remember the old Campagnolo aero bottles?
I remember them well, yes.
Dating back to the 1980s and the 1990s. I know a guy from Leongatha who had one on a Kippo bike. Aaron Lee, enjoying the coverage?
Well, I was going to say, for all the old Ballarat cycling people, because that's where I come from originally growing up, and the Ballarat Sebastopol Cycling Club, and I remember there was one guy in the club and he was full aero. He was ahead of his time. He had the aero tube framing, and he definitely had the aero bidons as well.
And here's a man for an aero stage. Max Cantor does not like this terrain, nor does Dries de Bonts.
What's the reshuffling here? This is exactly what I expected on this climb here. That group was too big. Well, it's not Visma Lisa Bike who are doing it. It's actually, once again, Fortunato. He is going again, but look who's gone across to him. It's the rider here, Stephen Kreisweg. Yeah.
The human coat hanger is at the front.
I was trying to think of his nickname. Thank you, Matt.
We've spoken about yesterday with Scaroni winning the stage, and Fortunato let him win the stage. And it was agreed at the bottom of the last climb. Christian Scaroni said even before the last climb, we spoke and it was agreed I would win the stage. He was a man that was true to his word, and he said at the bottom of the climb, stay on and you win. And Scaroni said his legs were destroyed and that Fortunato had to wait for him in the last couple of kilometres. That's a big sacrifice from Fortunato.
Yeah, you could see it. As we'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. You see the graphic abandon. Who have we got? The suspense. Oh, Luke Plapp. Well, that is surprising.
We got a message early in the stage from his coach, Nick Owen. He sent through the text message saying that Luke is sick and he is struggling today. And this is confirmation. But Luke Plapp leaves this year's Giro d'Italia with his career having stepped to the next level. A stage winner, he was close to being in a winning position on another couple of stages. Luke Plapp will take a lot of confidence out of this year's Giro.
He should, he will as well. And yeah, I wonder what it means for him now for the rest of the season. He's deep in the third week anyway, but I just wonder what it means. I wonder if they roll the dice with him for Tour de France, if it's more a Vuelta schedule. No doubt we'll find out soon.
The breakaway of 38 will not be 38 at the top of the climb. It is breaking up. De Wolf in the blue colours. Van Baarle. We have Pedersen at the front. Rick Plume is in the black colours. Yuri Holman from the Alpecin team, or was it Van der Bosch? This is Turozzi. Turozzi was in the breakaways at the start of the race. He was fighting for the most combative prize, but this terrain is too much for the young Italian.
Well, I'm wondering now where if Chris Harper has made this final reshuffling here. He looks like I can see a couple of Jaco Alula jerseys up there. He should be able to climb with this quality here. This is going to be a great day for him.
Jan Tratnik at the back. In front of him is Oldani. At the head of the group is Van Drame and Hugo Hull. So from that contingent of 4, 3 of them have been stage winners in a Grand Tour. That's how tough it is out in front.
And this just answers your theory or question, I suppose, earlier, Mitch. Is this going to disintegrate this group? They're on the lower slopes, really. It's a similar gradual climb the whole way up, but surely now this is going to split up big time. And if not this climb, certainly on the Mortarolo.
In fact, all 4 of those riders who have been dropped have been a stage winner at a Grand Tour. So that's how tough it is now out in front. Even that class is losing contact.
Chris Harper is there. He's sitting at the front. He's floating around pretty comfortably. This guy here at the back, Louis Menkes, he's one of the dangers for today, I think.
And the 4 who were dropped are fighting their way back into contention. They are using all of their experience. There is Chris Harper with the yellow glasses on. He's made it easy for us to spot him in the peloton today.
Is he accelerating here himself? Well, he's accelerating onto the wheel of Steven Kruijswijk, so that's a good sign.
Another good rider in this bunch we haven't spoken about yet is Jörg Steinhauser, sitting there from EF Easy Post. He is a valuable rider there for Richard Carapaz. Already a stage winner of the Giro d'Italia last year in epic fashion. Hasn't been as active as I thought this year in the Giro, but coming into the last week, starting to show his quality.
The stage that he won last year, stage 17. The stage we're on today, stage 17. The terrain, almost exactly the same. Today, we've 155 kilometres. Last year, the stage he won, 159. Even more categorised climbs last year on the stage that he won. This is his favoured territory.
Judging on the, as the course changes each year, but I imagine it was possibly in the same region, was it, as well?
And Bayonet Rain victorious with one up towards the front to assist with the chasing. Polty doing the lion's share of the pacemaking still. EF Education Easy Post with some big numbers. They've got one in the front. Harper is attacking. He doesn't like the lack of cohesion. This is good from Harper.
Yeah, what good sign it is that right now he's got good legs, and right now he's actually feeling confident and motivated. So by this move, doesn't mean it's going to last, and you know, for the whole day, but right at this point, what we can say is, okay, Chris Harper's feeling pretty good, and he wants to take this race on. It hasn't gone the way he hoped for, his ambitions at the start. I think that's fair to say, but he is looking to salvage something out of it.
Ulesi and Cantaneo coming across now, and it looks like not happy here. They want to close this up. McNulty closing the gap here. Doesn't need riders individually going across. The last thing he wants to find out is that he hasn't been able to control this break. He's got one job up here, McNulty, is to keep this group together, and it's going to prove harder than he thinks.
Domenico Caruso, he is the best placed rider for Bahrain Victorious. He sits in 5th position overall. He's 37 years of age, and his desire to race remains exactly the same. This is the current standings for the top 5, and it is tight. Del Toro, 26 seconds ahead of Simon Yates, 31 seconds to Richard Carapaz, 1:31 to Derek G. It is then Damiano Caruso in 5th. The best Australian is Michael Storer. He's 7th at 3:31. Let's take a look at the lead of Isaac Del Toro. He leads by 26 seconds. He has collected 36 seconds worth of time bonuses. Simon Yates in 2nd position hasn't collected any time bonuses. Take those bonuses out and Yates is in the pink jersey. Has the energy expenditure been worth it for Del Toro to have him still in pink, or what price has he paid for being involved in all of those sprints?
We can't really answer that, can we, until 3-4 days' time. So, but it is an interesting question, and we have talked about this, haven't we, since week 1. Since week 2, we talked about it even more because, of course, he kept racing the way he's racing, which is so exciting, and we're not criticising it per se, but what we're saying is can he continue this on for 3 weeks? So right now, that margin still sits, and you're right, Matt, with the time bonuses that he's gained. That's why he's in the Maglia d'Osa. So if he wins by 10 seconds, then it was worth it. It was worth it. But if he loses by more than that, or if he capitulates more by that, well, yeah, of course, it's a wonderful thing as a commentator, isn't it? Hindsight, we can say, well, he probably shouldn't have done that, but we're not going to know really until this race is run and won.
You get the impression he's either going to hold on and win by the barest of margins, or he's going to concede 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's sort of saying, I'm not discrediting what you've said, it's sort of stating the obvious, isn't it? Because we know that's pretty much what is going to happen. He's either just going to hang on by the skin of his teeth, or, as we've seen and history shows of other GC riders, and yes, Simon Yates will be sick of us talking about him, but the 2018 version where he just capitulated, and his were more so from his big surges with his stage wins, which you could still justify, but you know, it can come back to smack you in the face, can't it? Deep in the third week.
And this climb is smacking a few in the face. Mitch Docker, they are breaking up at the front. We're seeing Chris Harper amongst them. Back in the peloton, it's still Polte doing the chasing. This stage has most of its climbing still ahead of it. 92 kilometres remaining on stage 17. The breakaway group, they are attacking each other. They are reducing their numbers. At one point, there were 38 riders out in front. We are now down to 22. Two of the riders from Jaco Alula in the move. 158, that is Filippo Zana, the former Italian champion. He's been a stage winner in this race. Chris Harper, the South Australian, he too is also here. He sits in 4th position. The temperature will drop slightly as they go across the bridge and over the river. Hugo Hula is at the back. This is Bart Lemon now, who is at the front. Brandon McNulty is the next in line. After an hour and a half of racing, most of it uphill, the average speed is still 41.1 kilometres per hour. This has been a brutal start.
And really has. Well, now it's been a reshuffling in this group, and we've really got the cream of the crop here in this front group. Now this is pinnacle because this group has been sorted out. We've got the good riders here. There's a good chance that this group will go to the finish now.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? I mean, the question will be, who else is motivated in behind? Will we see general classification riders? Yesterday, they saw a chink, didn't they, in the armour of Del Toro, his rivals at least. So are they going to suddenly set a hard tempo on the Category 1 climb that follows, which is, of course, the Mortirolo, and then fly down the other side, which, by the way, is going to be a frenetic descent. It's a narrow road. There's 2 ways down the other side. I've climbed up one side and descended the other. If they go down the side, I'm thinking it is quite a narrow road. So much to play for in this next 40, 50 kilometres.
Still 5.8 kilometres to go to get to the top of the Passo del Tonale. And as you saw, this is an area that played a big role throughout World War I as the Italians were battling and protecting their borders against the Austro-Hungarian armies that were trying to make their way through. This is the breakaway that's trying to make its way across safely. Danny Martinez is there. He's the rider in 3rd spot, 2nd overall last year. Hugo Hula, a stage winner at the Tour de France. Damien House and Chris Harper, 2 Australians in the breakaway. Bardet in his last ever Grand Tour. Kelderman, Kruiswijk, Lemon, the 3 still there for Visma. Florian Stort for Tudor Pro Cycling. McNulty for UAE. Fortunato in blue, the commanding lead in the race for the King of the Mountains classification. He has a 194-point advantage. The maximum points you can gain today by winning all 3 climbs is 67. He is almost mathematically out of reach of anybody else, and it's getting to that point that even if it's not mathematically impossible for somebody to beat him, the gap's so big they won't bother trying.
Yeah, and it's maybe mathematically still possible, but I just think about how you would have to do that. You'd have to go on the breakaway in all the harder stages coming and take all the biggest climbs. It's very difficult.
This is some of the remnants of the battles throughout the First World War. Left here as a reminder. Peloton's still largely intact. Yeah, there have been a number of riders dropped, but it looks like the majority of the riders are still within the group.
Yeah, it's a tempo riding, isn't it, at the moment? And it's a tempo climb, I guess. So that's what they're trying to do, at least on the front. And again, it's still that team of Holty Visit Malta. So you've still got 3 riders there, Bahrain victorious. You just can't help but think that EF, they are sniffing a victory here. They are on the cusp, and he caused the most damage yesterday with that devastating attack. Richard Carapaz, he's won this race before, and they're just biding their time. Getribon on the front here. Holty.
Tonelli is the next in line. Third position is Caruso. The rider that they've got high hopes for is Davide Piganzoli. He's just outside the top 10. And for that team to get a top 10 finish in the general classification would be an enormous result. We return to the leaders. Number 34 from Bahrain victorious. That is the young big hope out of Portugal, the 23-year-old Afonso Lulio. And he is a strong climber. His best chance of a stage victory is through the breakaway. The blue jersey with Lorenzo Fortunato. He sits number 24 all-time as the leader of the King of the Mountains classification. He doesn't care, Mitch, how many times he wears the jersey in the race. He just cares that he's got it in Rome.
He's going to have plenty of those blue jerseys, I tell you. He's going to be able to hand them out to everyone. His local pizzeria, he's going to be able to take it down the cafe. Everywhere in his town, they're going to have one of those blue jerseys framed, because they get a couple of blue jerseys. I don't know how many it is. It's definitely 2 or 3 every day they get on the podium.
We're on stage 17. He picked up the jersey on stage 3. And today he also wears the red number as the winner yesterday of the most combative prize.
So he gets 2 or 3 jerseys, but then, of course, he wears a speed suit. So he gets that from the race organisation as well, of course. How does that work? Well, because they like to use their own bibs, their own sponsored bib shorts, wouldn't they?
Well, when they get the speed suits, they just have to wear what the organisation gets them, and the organisation will be sponsored by a clothing brand. I didn't actually quite...
Castelli, is
Castelli
it? I think
it was.
is. I'll double check that, but yeah.
And look, at the end of the day, at the top level, the clothing is pretty good across the board. Watch the marketplace. There may be a few blue jerseys coming up. Keep your eyes peeled. Maybe able to pick yourself up one in for your kids, because it'll be tiny, that jersey.
This is Diego Ulissi at the back. Big moment for him in this year's Giro d'Italia when he had one day in the pink jersey. And I love the show of emotion from him, because he's not a rider that spends much time showing emotion. He keeps his cards close to his chest. It's been consistent since they've been on this climb. It's fluctuated just around about 10 seconds either side of the 3-minute marker. Ineos Grenadiers, Mitch, they have had one rider in the breakaway, Kim Hudok, but he's lost contact with the front of the race. Looking forward to seeing what their strategy is at the back end of the stage. Egan Bernal has said he will not surrender, and he's not racing for 5th place.
I agree with you, Matt, and it's something that I was just looking at myself at that. They don't have one up there. Kim, he's been dropped back now, but are they going to light something up on the Mortirolo before that? Because they do have a long way to go after that. It's still 47 kilometres to go from the top of the Mortirolo till the finish. There is an uphill drag. There was a bit of question around yesterday when they put the pressure on and Ayuso was off the back, pulling his gloves off. He actually had a toilet break as well. Heard an interview from Zach Dempster. Very good interview. He said, look, we had no intention in attacking when any GC riders are coming back from mechanicals or punches. But if you decide to take a toilet break or take your jacket off at the bottom of a Category 1 climb, in my mind, it's fair game. And I agree with him.
This conversation got started as a result of Fabio Baldato, the team director, the sports director, Zach's equivalent across at UAE. He wasn't happy with Ineos. He challenged the journalists to go and talk to Ineos, ask them what they were doing. And Zach also said, we'd always planned to attack at that time. Just prior to when they'd planned to attack, Richard Carapaz had a mechanical problem. So they waited for Carapaz to come back into the group. And then they started to make their move. And Zach rightly so said, if one of your leaders is silly enough to go back to the team car at the bottom of a Category 1 climb, that's fair game. I agree with Zach Dempster.
And I agree with both of you. And I know it sounds a bit biased, Australian commentators agreeing with an Australian director, but that is absolute madness to go next level. We all know it. You are not doing anything as a leader of a team at the bottom of a base of a climb, going back, even talking to your DS. That's too bad. It's absolutely fair game.
Del Toro now has his teammates around him. That were crucial to him being able to stay in the pink jersey at the end of yesterday's stage. He's held on to it by 26 seconds ahead of Simon Yates, 31 seconds ahead of Richard Carapaz. We're in the mountains. You can hear it. The cowbells are out to play.
Well, one person I expect to move on the Monterolo will be Simon Yates. He has to do something there. There's no other reason why they've got 3 riders in this front group.
Watch this space. The strategy is yet to play out for Visma Lease Bike. It's another day of climbing in the Giro d'Italia. Hello and welcome to stage 17 for those of you joining us in Western Australia. This is a day of 155 kilometres. The destination is Bormio. There are 3 categorised climbs. They're onto the first one. The next one, though, is one of the most iconic in the history of the Giro. It's the climb of the Mortirolo. They then have plenty of descending before a small Cat 3 ramp that takes them through to the finish line. The pink jersey, that still stays on the shoulders of Isaac Del Toro from UAE Team Emirates, but he was put under serious pressure yesterday. He started yesterday with a lead of 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's now down to just 26 seconds. Simon Yates is in second place. Third position is Richard Carapaz. He's a mere 31 seconds behind. The best place to the Australians is the Western Australian, Michael Storer. He's in 7th. He's at 3:31. He's had 4 crashes already in this race. He's not asking for good luck. He just wants no more bad luck. Matthew Keenan with you, joined by David McKenzie and Mitch Docker. And yesterday, David McKenzie, Del Toro was put under pressure. He didn't panic. He's held on, but it is a slender lead that he has now.
It certainly is. Good evening to you guys again, and good evening to you, WA. Great to have you on board with us. The GC has been reset. It's not at 0, but it pretty much might as well be. It's only 32 seconds or something between the top 3. You've got Derek G breathing down the neck as well. And of course, the local boy, Michael Storer. What a move last night. So happy to see him catapult himself well and truly into the top 10. We're excited about that. And I can tell you, WA fans, he's not done yet. And he should absolutely be shooting for the podium.
He has it in his sights. That is his big objective. He's at 3:31 down. He's exactly 3 minutes behind a spot on the podium in Rome. This is a breakaway group of 23 riders. Lorenzo Fortunato is here. He wears the blue jersey, leader of the King of the Mountains classification. Chris Harper of Jaco Alula, the South Australian, is there. Another rider from SA, Damien Housen, riding for Q36.5. He's also managed to make it into the breakaway. Of the riders in that breakaway group, the best placed in the overall classification is Brandon McNulty. He's a teammate of the race leader. McNulty rides for UAE, 7 minutes and 43 seconds down. Outside of that, no threat to the pink jersey. But Mitch, what is a threat is this. Wilco Kelderman, Stephen Kruiswijk, Bart Lemon, Visma Lease Bike, all teammates of Simon Yates. This is part 1 in the plan that they're hatching to get the pink jersey.
Yeah, surely there's a plan going on here, Matt. There's no reason why they would have, no other reason why they would have put 3 riders up here when they've got someone sitting second on GC. This is not for the stage. This is to set a plan up. Simon Yates can move into the jersey today. Do they want to get the pink jersey on their shoulders and feel a little bit more comfortable about defending the jersey with a couple of big stages still to come?
What position would you two rather be in, defending it or chasing it?
It's interesting. I sway between, because I'm sure we all have had a quick look at, what comes at the very end here, and part of me thinks Yates should wait because there's bigger days to come, and to try and defend with two monster days that are coming up on stage 19 and stage 20. I don't know if I'd want to take it here. You're a sitting duck, aren't you? And when you've got this team of Richard Carapaz, who just looks like he is on the hunt. As I said earlier, he was the most devastating yesterday. I'd be biding my time.
Jörg Steinhauser is loading up with the gels. One of the big shifts has been nutrition in the last 5 years, staying on top of it and carbo loading before and during. And one of the riders in the race, a teammate of Michael Storer, Larry Warbass, he's been doing a column on Cycling News, and he's spoken about eating not just on the bike, but also the eating off the bike and its impact in when you're racing, and also in trying to keep yourself entertained. As we just cast our mind back momentarily to 2002, Cadel Evans, it was a legendary meltdown. He was in the pink jersey. He was riding for the famous Mapei team. Like Del Toro, he did not come into the race as the leader. He was on a team with Stefano Garzelli, who was a former winner of the race. But Garzelli was out of the race and Cadel stepped up. And it was on an epic day on stage 17 that he slipped away from the lead, but it was confirmed at that point that he was a future winner of a Grand Tour. And it was 9 years later that he got the job done. That's perseverance.
You know, a bit of a side note to that. That was one of the big reasons when I was starting out, I really wanted to come across and ride something in Europe. It wasn't the classics. I loved the classics later on, but it was that. Cadel Evans in that pink jersey, the pink Mapei kit. I fell in love with the aesthetics of it. I didn't know anything about it, and I just saw Cadel Evans in a magazine in the back of Hillman Cycles. I remember reading it going, I want to be a part of this. What is this? And I always remember that. It was a big influence for me. I love seeing that.
Almost at the top of this climb. We're going to get back to nutrition when they go over the other side, because I'm interested in your insights, Mitch, into the evolution of nutrition on and off the bike throughout your career in the pro peloton. Diego Ulissi, he sets the tempo. He is looking to collect even more points for Lorenzo Fortunato. Danny Martinez, he looks like he wants a piece of the action. He's not a threat in the race for the King of the Mountains classification, but he's staying towards the front and he's keeping himself in the mix. Also up here from the Liedel Trek team is Matej Vacek. And if Vacek decides to sprint, good luck beating him. He will be the quickest rider from this group. He's itching. He's contemplating. Fortunato will be searching across his shoulder to see if the powerhouse from Liedel Trek does make a move. Fortunato, he's still poised. He's still got Ulissi with him, waiting to see if there's a move from Matej Vacek. This is Chris Harper at the back. He's not interested in the points. No move behind. Ulissi slots in a second position. So another 18 points to the tally of Lorenzo Fortunato.
Well, he's just owned that category, hasn't he? Fortunato, brilliant, sensational. It is flawless, the way he's ridden over the course of this 2.5 weeks.
He hasn't even looked like he's been struggling at all on the climbs. It's just, every day he looks so comfortable.
Oh.
It's quite phenomenal.
But to make the breaks as well, like to make the break every single day almost in the mountains is incredible.
This is not just a roll off the front breakaway today. This is like one of the harder breaks that we've seen. They've split it again, and he's the first over the top of the hill. It's a shift into riding GC.
He's now got a 212-point lead in the race for the King of the Mountains jersey. So we've now seen riders load up with their gels. They'll be taking those on board as they start descending. But it's difficult to get the food in when you're at the breakfast table and at the dinner table.
Well, something interesting, and it's interesting you brought that up because they're in the high mountains here, and it's something that I used to see our fellow commentator and one of Australia's best riders, Simon Gerrans, used to do. He adopted it quite often. It's called a low residual diet. And that's what Larry Warbass was referring to, is that the riders at the start of the Grand Tour eat pretty normally. They get their veggies in, their salads, they get their carbohydrates, their proteins. But as they get closer to the mountains, especially the GC guys, they adopt what is called a low residue diet. And that's not something new in sport. You've seen it in marathons, you've seen it in pro cycling through the 90s, and it's come back in. It's back in favour again. What that is, you're trying to reduce, it is exactly as it sounds, you're trying to reduce the undigested residue passing through the intestine. So typically you minimise the amount of, high foods you're eating that have got a lot of, you want to have high starchy foods. You want to reduce the fibre intake. That's what you want to have, a low fibre diet. So you've got just simple foods, easy digested foods. You're actually reducing weight in your gut. Can you believe that? So that's what they're trying to do here, some of the GC riders. We've seen that come back in the peloton. The reason why we've seen that come back in the peloton is because carbs are back in.
What was the degree that you did?
Nutrition.
Did it come in handy?
It did. I did a Bachelor of Science and majored in nutrition at RMIT, but the way it came in better for me was when I was reading this stuff, when I was talking to the team nutritionists, I just had that a little bit better understanding of what they were talking about. Definitely wasn't advising anyone, but just talking at that level was a bit easier.
The rider in the red colours, this is Kim Haydock. He was in the breakaway, part of Ineos Grenadiers. Not a rider that likes these climbs, but from being in the break, he survived ahead of the peloton. So now they go down the long descent, which takes them towards the foot of the Gavia, another one of the iconic climbs in the Giro d'Italia. And he'll be able to assist his teammate Egan Bernal, taking on some food at the front. This is the Hurricane, Chris Hamilton, followed by Max Poole. And as much as anything, that move from Hamilton with Max Poole was for positioning before the descent.
It's a long, sorry, Mac. I was just about to say about this descent just quickly. It's quite a long descent, 25 kilometres. It's not overly steep, but as you can see here, when they get in this area here, there's quite a lot of twists and turns, and it just helps to be at the front of the peloton.
This is at the back of the breakaway. This is Jan Traknik. 70 kilometres per hour before hitting the brakes and coming to the left-hand turn. This is not a sport for the faint-hearted. There go Ulysses from the Astana team. They couldn't ask for much more out of this race, Astana. They've had a day in the pink. They've had a 1-2 finish on the stage yesterday, and they are dominating the King of the Mountains classification.
And they, I mean, last check, we had them at third in the rankings.
For this season.
And that's before the first and second on the stage yesterday. So they are having an absolute fantastic Giro.
Very strong Italian presence on the Astana team, and it was a good day for Italian cycling yesterday. They got the 1-2-3 finish. It was Scaroni, Fortunato and Palazzari. The last time it's been a 1-2-3 finish on a stage for Italians was into Pinerolo in 2018, when it was Matteo Trentin getting the win ahead of Marino Mosa and Gianluca Brambilla. So it's been a long time since they dominated the top three. As we spoke about earlier, when this climb was used as the stage finish in 1997, of the 180 riders on the start line, 131 of them were from Italy. It's vastly different now. Very international peloton. But one thing remains the same: the spectators love a souvenir. And if you could just throw your water bottle in here, it would be much appreciated.
Oh, I love that. Bottle, please. With the bullseye. With the backboard, basketball style.
Right in the middle of the NBA Finals. A lot of riders grateful that the weather is significantly better than yesterday. This is the leading group. Luxembourg national champion Kevin Genietz is in this group. FDJ haven't looked like winning a stage so far throughout the race. Their best performed rider has been Lorenzo Germani. He's been in lots of breakaways. And Traknik at the back of the group. He's also got Danny Martinez in this with him as well. Traknik has not done a turn of pace at the front. They are all in for a stage victory, Red Bull.
They should be, as we know. They've had some misfortunes, so he's got to get over the Mortadolo, though. That's the... He can afford to get dropped on the Mortadolo, but not by much, because he can get back on the descent, but then from there up to the finish in Bormio, he's uphill. You're heading up the valley. And Bormio, as we know, sits at the base of the Gavia, and more so really at the very, very base of the Stelvio. So you're climbing back up into Bormio. It sits sort of around 800 metres or even more, 1,000 metres altitude. So that's the big obstacle for Tratnik.
Fortunato collecting the 18 points across the top, extending his lead for the blue jersey. It was Ulysses in second position, followed then by the rider from Lido Trek. This is Vacek. For Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, they've not had a lot to cheer about throughout this year's race. Primoz Roglic took the pink jersey for one day after stage 2 and one day after stage 7. Here's a look at the lead. It continues to grow for Fortunato. The good news is it's his teammate Scaroni who is in second spot. And then back to third place, Ayuso. He's not going to be firing a bullet for the King of the Mountains classification. Tarozzi is next and Bilbao. He has got the blue jersey sewn up.
He's definitely got the blue jersey sewn up. That is done and dusted. Ayuso is not going to go anywhere near him, but I think he just likes being out the front and really stamping his foot on it. He wants to get a record number of points.
He did say, and I mean, the class of him yesterday, and he didn't hand it to his teammate because his teammate had to finish with him as well, but that was a good gesture. But he wants a stage win himself, and he said that. He said, I want the blue jersey in Rome, and I'd like a stage win myself. So I think now that he's been able to, he was lucky enough to be able to hand one, gift one to his teammate. Now I think he's on the hunt for that himself.
Is he playing it right today for a stage win? I don't know. He seems like he's very much on the front foot. He was trying to split that group back there. He rode the front into that KOM. I'd like to see him sitting in a bit more.
He doesn't need to go for the points even over the Mortadella, does he? He can sit back and, now start to think about going for a victory because he's obviously got brilliant legs. It's worth it.
How does he win on a stage like today? It would be great if the stage finished at the top of the Mortarolo. I would almost back him to win today's stage, but it's actually a bit more of a flat finish. It's a downhill finish. There's only a Category 3 9K from the finish, so arguably not a great stage for him.
It's tricky. It's what it does do. This whole, not this group because that's the Del Toro group. This group here, the breakaway group, it brings a lot of them into it if they make it over the Mortadolo. It is a long drag back up the valley, but as you say, it is a downhill run. Tricky little finish climb there. They sort of head into Bormio and then, or on the outskirts, and then head up Le Motte, 3 kilometres at 8%. So that's going to be tricky in itself.
Stefano Ordani is the rider from Cofidis. 3 riders from Visma Lease Bike, and they are continuing to drive the tempo. Here's a look at the E-Giro, which we get to see each day, and it is promoting environmentally friendly options to challenge. And we're seeing some of the greats of the sport. There's Miguel Indurain once again. He is on the Giro, a race that he won in 1992 and 1993. He did the double, the Giro and the Tour. And his 2 great rivals, Gianni Bugno and Claudio Chiappucci, they've been here with him as well. And appropriately, yesterday, as Miguel Indurain went across the finish line, Chiappucci was second, as they so often went across the line in their careers. And Mitch, one of the famous battles between them was to Sestriere, which is the destination for stage 20 in this race. When Chiappucci put in one of his all-time great rides, he won the stage, he didn't win the Tour, he finished second overall, but you've replicated that exact ride of Chiappucci from 92.
Well, I tell you what, that ride I did there, I rode on his old bike, a replica of his bike. I even rode the old Carrera jeans kit just to make sure I felt exactly the same as Chiappucci. The only issue was I'm probably weighing another 30 kilo heavier than him. And Chiappucci, that day in the Tour de France, the winning time was some 7 hours 40. I managed to do it in 11 hours, and it just blew my mind how fast they went. But it blew my mind that the winner still did 7:40. What an epic day that was back those days. Huge stages.
It was an iconic stage. Breakaway group still holding on to 3 minutes and 16. It has barely moved in the last 20 kilometres. The breakaway group, they find themselves inside 5 kilometres before they head through the next of the intermediate sprints. That is inconsequential in the race for the points classification. Visma Lease Bike, they are on the attack. They're trying to put the pink jersey of Isaac Del Toro under pressure. And the defensive walls around the race leader are continuing to crumble. We have just had news coming through that the Australian on that team, Jay Vine, has abandoned the race. He didn't look good early, and there is confirmation.
Certainly is. No, I just had my doubts that he was, going back for anything else other than the fact that he was suffering. So, yeah, I just wonder if his injuries have succumbed a bit. Is he under the weather? That's not uncommon deep into the third week. So, yeah, that's a shame. It's a shame for the team, mostly. Shame for Jay Vine, and yeah, we wish him well and hope he recovers and gets back into the peloton sooner rather than later.
Looking forward to hearing more news coming out of Team Vine and also UAE Team Emirates. We've seen the evidence in the last 24 hours of Juan Ayuso. He clearly isn't 100%. He conceded 15 minutes yesterday. He was struggling on the stage earlier today. So he doesn't look like he will be of great value to the pink jersey later on in the stage today. Vine is gone as well. All of a sudden, UAE, who looked like they had a stranglehold on the race, they had 4 riders inside the top 7 at one point. They're now very vulnerable. 28th of May, marking the anniversary of the longest stage in the history of the Giro d'Italia. Lucca to Rome. You can imagine the roads and the equipment in 1914. 430 kilometres. Don't build them like they used to. You must be glad.
Well, they started at midnight. They had to start there to get there 17 hours later. Would have stopped for a few vinos, no doubt, along the way.
That's your next challenge, Mitch. You talk about the Claudio Chiappucci. Was it 11 hours? 430 kilometres. That stuff blows me away. And again, for all of you viewers out there, if you have not seen the mockumentary Le Ride, I urge you to see it. If that's what you're into, stuff like that, based on the 1928 Tour de France route. It is re-ridden by a couple of gentlemen. Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was a fantastic route. And it's got an Australian flair too and a New Zealand flair because that was the New Zealand rider that they were following the history of, which was fantastic.
Great documentary on the history of Harry Watson, the first Kiwi to ride the Tour de France as part of the Australian team, which included the great Sir Hubert Opperman. Polti on the front. They've been on the front since the breakaway got established. Defending 12th position overall for David Piganzolo. Do they think that they can win the stage? Is this a complete waste of energy?
I think so. I think it is a waste of energy. I think they can, considering what is coming, tomorrow is looking like it's going to be a flat sprint stage, so maybe they are thinking, you know what, let's just commit. Tomorrow we've got a day to recover before we hit stage 19 and 20, which are outrageously hard. But I think they could go about it a little bit better. They did come on the front. They missed the break. Let's do it. But they haven't closed that gap. So now pull the riders off the front.
It's a bit of pride, isn't it? And it's a bit of director sport ifs and not so much sponsors in the car. But this has happened before where sponsors have actually called the team directors in the car and said, I want the guys on the front right now. Calling the shots from the office desk over lunch hour. So it's a team director that has called this. This isn't the riders, that is in my view. And look, the only person that's going to jump above Piganzoli today is, of course, Brandon McNulty. One rider out of that group. So they should have pulled him off the front 30 kilometres ago.
Just saw the update in the points classification for the Chiclamina jersey. Mads Pedersen, he won the first sprint. They're heading towards the second sprint. There is nobody in this group within shouting distance of Mads Pedersen. It is a commanding lead. 117 points is his advantage ahead of Olaf Koy.
I actually think Chris Harper is riding for Zana here.
Zana is the one at the back, and he's been doing much less work.
Just made me think about that. Chris Harper has been committing a lot at the front here, but he's even rolling through on the flat, which is not his specialty. He was the one trying to split it up on the climb. And Zana is sitting at the back there. Filippo Zana, the Italian, for Jaco Alula.
and he is more of a proven winner. He's won a stage in this race in the past. Almost through the sprint, it is Ulyssi who is on the front. It's been a good Giro d'Italia for Diego Ulyssi. He's had one day in the pink jersey. True to Pro Cycling, also coming through to the front, it is Rick Plumas who collects the maximum points as they head through town. First time for the Giro d'Italia visiting this town. It will also host the stage start of one of the stages in the women's Giro d'Italia. It will be hosting a stage on Tuesday, the 8th of July, that will be finishing in Trento. So it's getting in the theme of the Giro. It's got the men's Giro now. It will have the women's Giro in July.
Well, we're only about 5 kilometres away from the infamous Mortirolo climb. This is a very special climb. Been introduced in the Giro back in 1990, but they've only used the mono side 4 times since then. 1990 the first time, 2012, 2017 famously was the year that Tom Dumoulin stopped for a toilet break in that stage. And then this year, 2025, they did toy with the idea of doing coming in and doing the Recta Contador. Have you heard about this?
I have.
There is a straight way up this climb.
The most difficult task possible, and Contador has ridden it. He spoke about how hard it was, and they contemplated doing it in the race.
They should have. 25%. Crazy.
There we go, 3.3 kilometres to go before they hit the Mortirolo. Astana, they are very pleased with how things are going. And with that, the stage win yesterday, Stefano Zanini, he turned up at the finish. I was on the impression he was in the race. I hadn't seen him up until that point. But the stage finish yesterday was near his home village, and he just happened to go at the right time. And when his team won, he was the first one to congratulate them, and Stefano got himself some TV time.
He did. Well, based on that, I thought he must have been there the whole tour as well. So that's good personal PR, isn't it?
He's a big personality, Stefano Zanini.
He was a big personality in the peloton. He's a little bit few years older than me, Stefano, but I raced against him. Yeah, he was pretty. He came across as a nice guy, but a little bit intimidating at the same time.
The Mortirolo, will that be intimidating? Will that be intimidating for Del Toro?
It's still averages 7.6%. So any other climb with a different name with that percentage for 12.7 kilometres, we're saying, okay, that's pretty solid. Deep in the third week. If he starts getting attacked one by one, he's going to know about it anyway, and we're going to see if there's any more chinks in his armour.
Well, there's confirmation of the town hosting the stage start of one of the days of the women's Giro d'Italia. That's a Tuesday, the 8th of July, 124 kilometres to Trento. Hoping to see the likes of Neve Bradbury, Amanda Spratt in the thick of the action there. Possibly Loretta Hanson as well. Also hoping to see all of those names at the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift, which you'll be able to watch live and exclusive on SBS. It's building as the best edition of the Women's Tour de France since it's been reinvigorated, with Demi Vollering having changed teams, the return of Anna van der Breggen, Lotte Kopecky and Vollering are now rivals. It is an exciting moment in the sport. Plumas getting the points ahead of Ulyssi, McNulty, Catania and Kelderman. And Mitch, not surprisingly, it wasn't a contested sprint.
No, there was no need to contest that now. They've got a good breakaway. They're thinking about this climb, the Mortirolo. This is the biggest, the hardest point of today's stage. Once they get over this, it's only 50 kilometres, inside 50 kilometres to go. They've got a sharp 14k descent. So it's all about this climb now, and they're trying to build up as much gap as they can.
Pedersen leads the Ciclamino classification ahead of Olaf Koy and Wout van Aert and Casper van Uden. No changes in the pecking order there throughout the stage today. Always dangerous when the water bottle gets thrown and it hits an object and ricochets back into the group. Luke Plapp had a very near miss a couple of days ago, and on his behalf, it was Wout Poels who was arguing with Danny Martinez, who's here in this breakaway.
That's right. Well, Poels, he wasn't too happy, was he?
He wasn't even the one that was impeded by it.
Yeah, and it was an accident. It happens. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's a silly throw by riders. You know, those things happen again. I think it's just, you know, tired bodies, tired legs, tired minds, and took it out on someone else. Here we go. The road is open.
They've made the right-hand turn. They're on to the Passo del Mottarolo, one of the iconic climbs of the Giro d'Italia. This climb, it will take them to 47.8 kilometres away from the finish line. Goes up to more than 1,800 metres above sea level, 12.5 kilometres long, a maximum gradient of 16%. And the front of the breakaway is dominated by Dutch climbers, Kruiswijk, Kelderman and Bart Lemon. They're out to 4 minutes now.
Well, this climb itself is better known to the locals as the Cima Pantani, in honour of the famous Marco Pantani when he famously attacked this in 1994, dropping Miguel Indurain and creating a bit of a history and a status of this climb back then. That was famously done on the other side of this climb, but they still refer to this whole climb as the Cima Pantani.
And it was when he really announced himself to the world. That was when he was bursting onto the scene. There again is a look at the first 2 hours. Del Toro with that spike at more than 1,000 watts. That was energy that was wasted as he was trying to close down a gap himself. The Dutch sprinter, Rick Plumers, not surprisingly, as soon as they get onto the Mottarolo, loses contact. Good day though for Tudor Pro Cycling. They've still got 2 riders in the leading group.
This is going to be, and I'm stating the obvious, but I'm really interested on a couple of fronts here. So we've got the breakaway now. We've got Visma Lease Bike. We think we've worked out what their tactic is. And if we're right, then what we're going to see is a surge from behind in the peloton. So we're going to see this breakaway, surely they must split up. I mean, they're racing for the stage win now, potentially at 4 minutes. But then what's going to happen behind? Are we going to see Visma attack from behind? Are we going to see EF launch Carapaz again? Or is it too soon? Or are they're going to bide their time in a couple of days' time? So that's what I'm really intrigued about now.
At the back of the breakaway group, it was Jan Traknik who was feeling the pressure. Here comes the Motown maestro, Larry Warbass, protecting Michael Storer. Former American champion in the black colours. He's doing a great job looking after Storer. Mitch, he's been to all the altitude camps with him. He's been sharing the room with him at races. He is part of the motivation machine that gets Michael Storer going. Traknik, he never goes into the red zone. He's right into his own numbers. He's an outstanding time trialist, and he's putting that skill to great use.
Well, look what's happening here on the front of the peloton. This is Wilco Kelderman. This is clear now. They've got an intent here. Visma Lease Bike. I really do think behind we're going to see Wout van Aert light it up for Simon Yates. I can't understand why else they would not have 3 riders in the front here if they're not going to be launching Simon Yates to try and attack this stage.
So then the strategy is they've got 3 out in front. They would want at least 2 to survive over the top, and they may well have 1 that loses contact with this group as Van Aert does the first attack, and then one of these 3 is the next for Yates to latch onto, and then the other 2 drive it down the descent and through the valley roads before they hit the final climb. That's the ideal scenario.
Put this man in the Visma car right here. We've got the sports director, Matt Keenan. He's ready to go. That is the plan. That's an ideal plan. I like it.
Really easy on paper. Very difficult to implement on the road. Good to see Damien Housen in the grey colours. It's a fun Wednesday in northern Italy. Vacek from Lidl-Trek, big figure, a future star of the Spring Classics. He's having no problems with the high mountains.
He's a special breed, Vacek, and now the peloton is on the bottom of the Mottarolo.
And it's a complete change. Casper Asgreen is the rider at the front with the black vest on. Kim Hajduk, who was in the initial breakaway, he is dropped back. He's got Lucas Hamilton behind him. Egan Bernal, he has spoken about, we're Ineos, we've got nothing to lose. I'm not here for the minor placings. He will have another go in this race.
He certainly will, and you see Wout van Aert now just shadowing, or Simon Yates shadowing Wout. Second wheel, Van Aert, he flicks the elbow. See you later, mate. You're on your own. So Simon Yates now is right there with Richard Carapaz. He's comfortable with that. He knows how to handle himself. He's got the experience.
This is Nico Den's number 3. He was in the initial breakaway. So too 153 De Preto. He was there for a little while. He's been in the thick of the action. Well, Van Aert will not be launching Yates because Van Aert is one of the first riders distanced from the pink jersey group. There goes that plan.
Well, that's unexpected. Sorry, Matt.
Scaroni, yesterday's stage winner. He'll still be riding on a high. This is Casper Asgreen, also a stage winner. His job is done for the day.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, with Visma, the problem I had, and because we don't think it's going to unfold now, because the gap's too big, and this climb, it is the Mortarola, it is 12 kilometres, but that is a big gap to close if you want to try and launch your GC riders across. So I just can't see it happening. I think Visma now are actually going to try and go for the stage win.
Dylan Van Baarle is the rider in the yellow colours. He was in the breakaway, dropped back. He's of no use to Simon Yates. Yates is in this pink jersey group on his own. Aronsman, 2 bad days in a row. The Dutchman's paying the price for crashes and cannot find his climbing legs.
There's also Mikel Honore, one of Richard Carapaz's key men. They're dropping like flies.
He was good yesterday, Honore.
He was key, I was going to say, wasn't he, yesterday? He's really good.
Here's a look at the lead group. Martinez, Hughes, Alulio, Oldani, Van Drame, Steinhauser from EF. We've spoken about him as a key teammate for Carapaz. Genetz, Louis Meintjes, cruising at the back. Hugo Hula, Vacek, Damien Housen, the Australian. Catania, Chris Harper, another Australian. Zanna, Bardet, Kelderman, Kruiswijk, and Lemon. Also in this group, that is not the complete composition. Florian Stork, Brandon McNulty, Diego Ulissi, Lorenzo Fortunato. What have you made of the performance of number 91, Louis Meintjes? He has been hiding at the back all day.
Oh, he's very good at doing that, Louis Meintjes. That is his style. He's not one to just be riding on the front and showing his cards. He likes to slip around in the shadows, and hopefully everyone forgets about him.
Polti still at the front for Piganzoli.
They may have lost Jay Vine, but look at the riders, the UAE riders, rallying around the front. Del Toro, suddenly, once they get back in their terrain on the slopes, the steep slopes of the climb, they're back around looking confident again.
Inspired by the pink jersey. After the stage yesterday, Del Toro, he said it was a very hard day and he gave all that he could, and he wanted the team to know that that was 100% and that he went across the finish line without a gram of energy left.
He's actually sitting a little bit further back now, Del Toro. He's got a couple of his teammates up the front there. He's making the move around the outside.
He needs to stay alongside or just behind Rafa Micah.
Yeah. And you know, I know he's got to make the right decisions as well, but he is still very inexperienced. So it's up to Micah, Adam Yates as well, to tell him where to be and how to ride in these dying stages.
I like that move by Arrieta. He's the rider from UAE with the pink glasses on. He's also just 22. He saw that Del Toro was coming around and he moved out to make sure Del Toro was getting some shelter. Tabiri a long way back. Where's the white jersey of best young rider? That's on loan. He's 4 minutes and 7 seconds behind in that classification. He won that classification last year and he finished in 5th position in the overall standings. Number 124, that is Jefferson Cepeda. Number 14, Jimmy Janssen still holding on. Doing very well for a man who's a specialist on the flatlands. This peloton is being significantly reduced.
And yet it's still one rider from Polti Cometa still driving on there.
And showing the sort of climbing legs that confirms they were better off not chasing today, surrendering the fact that they are not in the breakaway and looking for not tomorrow's stage but the next one, get them in the breakaway. That was their best chance of winning a stage. Gini up in a second spot, followed then by Arrieta, then it's Del Toro. An important statement of defiance, this from Isaac Del Toro.
He's looking calm. He's looking good. They're back riding in front. It's important that the rest of the peloton sees the pink jersey with his team riding at the front. It shows a calmness of them, a presence, a dominance. This is where he needs to be, not floating around on his own.
The rider behind the pink jersey, that is Giovanni Aliotti.
What really they want now, UAE too, they don't want anyone to attack, so they want to try and give Del Toro, I think, if I was the team management, he was empty yesterday. You want him to recover. You want him to have the easiest ride possible with 56 kilometres to go. So they don't have to go on the front just yet. But if there are attacks, don't suddenly surge. And I would have given that instruction to Del Toro. No, let Micah, let Adam Yates, let them do that first surge with you on the wheel. So change tact. Let's ride a bit smarter. Let's ride a bit more conservative. But let's not ride on the front just yet.
We saw there that this climb was used in the race last year. It was on stage 15, and it was Scaroni who went over the top in first position. The stage was ultimately won by Tadej Pogacar. What a surprise. He won 6. Fabulous mural. This was the breakaway as they were making their way around the corner. It's Kelderman who is at the front of the breakaway, followed then by Diego Ulissi. Next in line is Fortunato. Chris Harper still looking pretty good, the rider in purple with the yellow glasses.
Filippo Zana sitting a bit further back, also in the purple colours of Jacob Alula there as well.
Lorenzo Malisi, former under-23 world time trial champion. He's a big figure, and these are big mountains. The two don't go together.
Well, Malisi, he's had a good Giro, actually. He's been already in 2 breakaways. He's had a good start to the Giro. But, yeah, look, he's again up the road again today. Not loving the Motorola.
For Movistar, their high hopes today with Einar Rubio. He's in 11th position, Colombian climber. It's not beyond Rubio to be able to win a stage in this year's race, because he's been able to stick with the best climbers. He's lost most of his time on the flatter stages and in the individual time trial. And if he does attack, the pink jersey's not going to have to mark him because he's more than 5 minutes behind. Oldani now in trouble at the back in the red colours. So too is Vendrame in the blue from Decathlon AG2R. Here's a look at the course that you spoke about before with Contador.
Turn left, boys. That's the shorter way up there. If you go up there, that's directly to the top. The only problem is it's at 25%. It's 2 kilometres shorter that way, Matt.
So would you take the 2 kilometres shorter, or would you go the long way? Here's a look at the peaks at 25%. Plenty of cycling enthusiasts, they're going to make the most of it. You've sold it short, Mitch. It's 2.9 kilometres, the difference.
There you go.
That is crazy.
I'd go straight up there. Just dance my way up there, out of the seat. Meet you at the top, boys. Doesn't look that steep.
No, it never does.
Should have gone up there.
It never does on television. One day, it will be used in the Giro, and it will be for a stage finish. Meanwhile, Wilco Kelderman, he's staying on course and he's staying on track to give this breakaway a chance, if that is their big objective. But I believe Visma Lease Bike, they're a team that doesn't race for stage victories as the main priority when overall victory is available.
I agree with you, Matt. And I'm still just trying to work it out myself, how they're going to play this. It doesn't seem like when they're sitting second on GC, they're already down a man. Why would they go for a stage? Yes, you might be sitting at home going, well, it's a stage win. They want to win the Giro. They're not here just to win a stage and then finish second in the Giro. They want the pink jersey on their shoulders coming into Rome.
Lucas Hamilton in the red colours. Good to see him up at the front. He's working for Egan Bernal. And Adam Yates. Can Adam Yates be the rider who stops Simon Yates from winning the Giro? And how does that go at Christmas?
Yeah, it's an interesting prospect, isn't it? I saw the comment as Adam got to Del Toro yesterday and, gave him a fist pump, and Isaac Del Toro thanked him as we see Tabierdi here struggling. And his teammate is waiting. So he's just starting to drift off the back here, so the tempo is rising.
It was Moholovic who was waiting for him. Meanwhile, out in front, they still have Caruso and Zambanini. So the original plan A, Tabiri, he is out. Plan B, Caruso, he is in. He is now their number one man. They are still more than halfway to go on the Mortarolo, and the breakaway with a gap of 3 minutes. But we are poised for action in the pink jersey group. The process of elimination continues for the breakaway. Stage 17 of the Giro d'Italia, they're on the Mortarolo. Diego Ulissi from Astana has lost contact. The Luxembourg national champion Kevin Genietz, he's also drifting off the back. It's Kelderman who continues to ride at the fronts. Chris Harper is in the group for Jaco Alula, so too is Damien Housen. Roman Bardet is there looking to collect the trilogy. He's been a stage winner at the Tour, a stage winner at the Volta. He wants one at the Giro. This is his best chance. Can the breakaway survive?
Well, look at Fortunato as well. It's tucked in at second wheel. You know what he's thinking about, Matt? The KOM points at the top of this climb. He wants to get a few more points. I think the breaker's got a really good chance, depending what's going to happen after here. Still haven't quite worked out what Visma Lease bike are doing as of yet. Wilco Kelderman setting a pretty fierce pace up here.
And we're seeing a change in the peloton.
We are. We're seeing the tempo. Well, look at the gap, 2:54. So they are starting to close in. It's on a bit of a knife's edge. So it's Ineos now. Ineos now is surging, and don't you love it? And you've said the comments of Egan Bernal. He's not here to just make up the top 10. He is here to keep on attacking. He hasn't had everything go his way either. He even crashed yesterday. But gee, I'm just so enjoying seeing the Colombian back racing hard at the pointy end.
James Knox isn't, because he's the next victim out the back. We've spoken about the trilogy of winning a stage in all 3 Grand Tours. Jonathan Castrovillo has a trilogy of seconds. He's been second in a stage of all 3 Grand Tours without a win. This is one of the stories of the day for Italian cycling fans, because Tabiri, number 31, he arrived as one of the pre-race favourites, and he is completely out of contention, not just to win the race, but he's out of contention for the podium. Well, Formulo is the man who's behind him.
I didn't see that happening today, and you can see the toll that the first week has had, and even a day like yesterday. It's adding up on these riders. One rider we haven't spoken about for a little while on the left there is Derek G, sitting about 5 wheels back, looking very comfortable.
Back to the leaders, it's still Kelderman who sets the tempo. And now we're seeing Kruijswijk and Bart Lemon at the back of the group. The steepest part of the climb, that is still to come.
Well, you've got to imagine that Lemon and Kruijswijk are cruising. They're feeling good, and because otherwise I'm just trying to work out why Kelderman is just sitting on the front here, riding tempo.
Hugo Hula is the rider at the back from Israel Premier Tech. He will be hoping that he's on hand to support his teammates, Derek G, who rode brilliantly yesterday. Number 7, that is Giulio Palazzari. He's one of the hopes for Red Bull for the stage victory.
Well, have a look at them there. You got Simon Yates sitting on Richard Carapaz's wheel, and sitting on Simon Yates is Isaac Del Toro.
Reverse order of the general classification. Baroncini is the next to go. He's been dropped. So UAE Team Emirates, they are running out of resources. Recap of the top 5. Del Toro leads 26 seconds ahead of Simon Yates, 31 seconds ahead of Richard Carapaz, 91 seconds ahead of Derek G. It is then Damiano Caruso, the old fox, at 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, it's taking shape, isn't it? Today's stage, that is, because both groups, the breakaway group and the peloton, they're just dwindling down. And here he goes again with 53 kilometres to go. Lorenzo Fortunato, this guy, the legs he's had when the road goes up in this year's Giro, are just about better than anyone.
Look at the Australian, Chris Harper, comfortably tucked in on his wheel.
Then it's Bardet. Then it's Florian Stork. Fortunato trying his luck again. It is now Martinez who's responding. Bart Lemon is the next in line. Here's the damage that has been done at the back. Lawrence Huys and also Hugo Houle. And that is Stephen Kruiswijk in the yellow colours from Visma Lease Bike. And David McKenzie is scratching his head.
Well, I guess they're presuming. Oh, no, yeah, I'm trying to work out the Visma, as the three of us have been. You know, great tactic numbers up the road. Okay, satellite riders for Yates. So I'm presuming that in their minds, the peloton are going to catch them at some point.
Danny Martinez, now he is putting a disappointing opening 2 weeks behind him. He was second overall last year. He was battling with Geraint Thomas, Ben O'Connor, as they were watching Tadej Pogačar fly off into the distance. He came here as a support rider for Primož Roglič. Roglič abandoned the race yesterday. Martinez was loyal to him to the very end, and now he gets his chance.
Well, it's a big attack considering there's a long way to go from here. It's 52 kilometres. Look where he's coming from here. It's such a decisive, really ferocious attack here. He wants to go free. He doesn't want anyone with him. Even if he crests the top of this climb alone, he's got 47 kilometres to go at it. Once he finishes that descent, it's still 33k on a gradual uphill. He needs others out there with him.
Yeah.
He is not Luke Plapp. He's not known for his time trialling. He is a pure climber.
Yeah, and for Chris Harper, sit tight, because no one will be, I don't think they'll be looking at Chris Harper. He hasn't shown great form here. So if he is feeling good today, sit tight, play the bluff game.
Team cars from the breakaway with riders who have been dropped. That has been taken off to the side of the road. It is still Castroviejo who is setting the tempo. Bernal sitting in second spot. He spoke about how difficult it was yesterday, that he had yet another crash. But he also stated after yesterday's stage, my plan is to attack and try my luck. If I haven't given up in 5 years, I won't give up in 1 day. Classic Egan Bernal.
He's a champion, isn't he? That's amongst other reasons. That's why he won the Giro d'Italia, he won the Tour de France. He's one of the great Grand Tour riders of this era, and he's not done yet.
So too, his compatriot, number 121, Nairo Quintana. He's been a winner of the Giro, likewise the Volta de España, and he's been a second-place finisher and a third-place finisher at the Tour de France. And he was so close to winning it in 2017, the famous edition with Tom Dumoulin, when it was the time trial that was the Achilles heel for Nairo Quintana, which was part of his story in his battles with Chris Froome.
Only a matter of 20 riders in the peloton, but look who's coming across here. Chris Harper. This is now a formidable combination.
Well, we missed the jump, but he's got across very easily, or it seems fairly comfortably. So he's keen to go on with it. Opened up a bit of a gap. Okay, so he's rolling the dice.
And he is looking composed, as he so often is. And both he and Danny Martinez yesterday, they conceded a big chunk of ground. Martinez finished at 30 minutes behind. Harper finished 38 minutes behind. Both of them, once their prospects of finishing high up overall were gone, they were saving their legs for the breakaway. And now they have joined forces.
The good thing is, too, Zana's sitting back in the bunch here. So Zana can sit on. He's got a teammate out in front. When they come back, they can play another card, or, you know, he doesn't have to play that. He can help that chase. He can help by blocking. He can help disrupt it later on when they've got the run into the finish.
Any concerns with the pink jersey sitting this far back?
No, I think he's fine. I think he looks fine to me. He looks content at the moment.
Steinhauser's not content because he's seen a potential stage victory right away. He's been in this position before. We're on stage 17. Last year on stage 17, he was in the break and he won. Lorenzo Fortunato is the next to go. Then it is Mr. Experience, Romain Bardet.
Well, Romain Bardet's not going to miss this one. He's smelt it, smelt the danger. He knows he needs to move. His brake is getting shut down very quickly.
They moved across at a rapid rate of knots. Filippo Zanna, the other rider from Jaco Ulula, also able to go with them. Brandon McNulty, the next to move, the rider from UAE. And now his teammates, Brandon McNulty, they're at the front of the peloton. First in line, that is Igor Arrieta, followed by Rafael Majka, and then it is Adam Yates. So we've spoken about the young generation from UAE. Arrieta's one of them, Del Toro, Ayuso, but it is the old hands, Rafael Majka and Adam Yates, who hold the cards to Del Toro being able to win this race. If, of course, Del Toro's got the legs to back up their plan. This is Marco Frigo in the blue colours, teammate of Derek G.
We're down to about 20 riders only in this front group here, or the front part of the peloton, sorry. Thin down, there's Michael Storer still sitting in there at the back, just behind Michael Frigo there. Marco Frigo.
Number 171, Davide Pigenzoli. He is the reason Polti did so much chasing. He is a very good climber, but he's not in the company of the top 5 in this race.
And he looks like he's just starting to hang by a little thread at the back of that group there. So all of that work from his teammates could come to nothing.
Zampanini has dropped back to support his teammate. Keith Lemreiser is the rider in the blue colours from Picnic Post NL. Davide Formolo is the rider from Movistar. And on the day where Simon Clark took the pink jersey in the Giro d'Italia, it was Davide Formolo who won the stage, and Clark finished second.
Well, this is just a little bit of reprieve here for the bunch, or for the front group here, before they hit the steepest part of the Mortarolo here. It's going to be kicking up at 16%, right inside the last 2 kilometres.
They've picked a good spot to set up the marquee. They can see them coming from a long way down the road.
Well, they're still holding over 3 minutes, so the gap's gone back up.
It has. Their urgency has increased, and back in the peloton, they are still in a phase of contemplation. Catania from Soudal Quickstep has been quietly going about his business, and they've backed off so much here that 106 Hugo Hula has rejoined.
Yeah, well, that little breakaway there from Martinez and Harper has really disrupted this group and the way they're working. You know, Kelderman is no longer at the front.
And UAE, they have control. Ineos Grenadiers, they don't have the resources that they had 10 years ago, so Bernal has slipped further back into that peloton. For UAE Team Emirates, this is a good situation. They've still got good numbers compared to the other contenders.
They have, and they're riding a tempo that suits Del Toro, obviously. It's a tempo, I'm presuming, that's just high enough at the moment to quell any maybe thoughts of an attack. They get over this, you'd like to think that Del Toro is safe for the rest of the stage. It's only a Category 3 at the end. Yes, it climbs up the valley, but it should be fairly safe. So this is going the way they hoped when they started the day at kilometre 0.
Weather conditions are good, 13 degrees. Yesterday at the top of the major climb, Mitch, it was 7 degrees and it was wet. It was awful conditions.
Yeah, quite a contrast today, and the people are out to watch it today, going to be able to enjoy it on this famous climb. One of the things that could be a problem, well, Catania here putting the pressure on.
He is the problem. He's the problem for 2 of the riders, at least from Visma Lease Bike. Kruiswijk and Bart Lemon, they're losing contact. The top of the Mortarolo is just around the next few corners, peaking out at 1,852 metres high. It has been one of the key features of the Giro d'Italia for the last 30 years. Hairpins are always good for the spectators too, because it gives you a stadium experience as you can look further back down the mountain and see them coming up through the switchbacks.
What I was going to say there, exactly that point, Matt, is one of the decisive factors of this climb may be the descent. With the corners, with the hairpins, that may be what they will be trying to do. UAE can get on the front there and take control.
So even if there are no attacks from the pink jersey group, anticipate a battle to be the first over the top for safety. Vacek just losing contact. This was the rider leading out the sprints for Mads Pedersen, and he is still fighting on the Mortarolo at the front of the race.
Well, he's got a box on. Likewise, the other two riders here, because they get over the top. There's every chance they can catch back up on the descent, but when they do crest, put your seatbelts on, because it is super steep down the other side. There's two ways they can go down, in fact. Both ways are fairly steep. And as I said, it's not a super wide road, so they will be flying.
Steinhauser now at the back. The chainsaws are out again, and some of them will be feeling like Catania is chopping their legs off. Oh, he's got Danny Martinez at a stretch. Afonso Ulio is the rider in front of him from Bahrain Victorious, and from what was a breakaway group of 34, it is becoming very select. And Bardet, the brave, for the first time, has stuck his nose out in front.
And he's looking very comfortable out of the seat. Look at him dancing up the top of this climb. Still 1.5 kilometres to go.
The young Portuguese rider, Ulio, is the first one to get across to him. In an interview Bardet did 2 days ago, he spoke about the mental fatigue of riding for the general classification when you know you can't win, and how challenging that becomes. And now he's enjoying hunting for stage victories. That was Aliotti, and it is now Pellizzari who has gone to the front. He has the time to say thank you for your work. It's now my time to go, as the pink jersey is slipping off the shoulders of Isaac Del Toro.
He's right on the back of this group. Egan Bernal just in ahead of him, and the gap has opened. There was a gap there. The camera shot went away. I wish they would have stayed. So it looks like Del Toro has just lost a few lengths here.
Pellizzari has opened it up, and Yates is in trouble. Bernal is with them. It is also Store in the black colours. The lead-out Trek car needs to get out of the way. Cepeda sets the tempo. Carapaz has got the sword out, and he's ready to execute.
Yeah, well, EF now have seen the opportunity. Pellizzari opened it up, and EF now are capitalising on it. The information has got across. Simon Yates is repairing it. He's getting across the gap. He needs to get across to that wheel of UAE.
No panic from Yates. Alulio, the youngster, is riding away from Bardet.
No panic from Yates and no panic from Del Toro. He just sat there, followed the wheels. So he could have a bit of an ally, I should say, in this last kilometre in Yates, Simon that is, up the last part of the Mortarolo. We know it gets steeper here. We've just seen the brake go through. But now they can smell victory, EF, and that's why they're on the front now, giving it everything.
There is blood in the water, but it's come in the colour of pink. And it is Del Toro who is bleeding. Will he bleed more time today? Yesterday, Carapaz took 1 minute and 36 seconds off him. He just needs another 31 seconds, and it will be Carapaz in pink. And here he goes. Can anybody respond? Pellizzari is trying to go with him, but the gap is opening up. He spreads his wings again. Carapaz attacking with 49 kilometres remaining.
Well, when Carapaz goes, it's such a fierce attack. He goes at another speed to anyone else. He takes it up, not one gear, but 2 gears, and he puts his head down and goes for it.
He zips up the jersey. He's going so quick, he needs aerodynamics. Rafael Majka is still on hand to support Del Toro.
Well, at least it's going to be a fierce chase down the other side, as we see now across the summit. This is the leaders, so the peloton's still got a bit of time to go, and then it is game on.
Afonso Alulio across the top of the Mortarolo in his first ever Grand Tour. He's having a big impact on one of the iconic climbs. Fortunato is the next one through. Steinhauser is in this group. He is a teammate of Richard Carapaz. At what point does he wait?
Pretty soon. I think he's got to get the call across, whether that's been communicated to him or not. Richard Carapaz is going to need a man once they get off this descent.
I'd say now. I would say it's almost so crucial he stops at the summit. He literally stops and waits for him.
Depends on whether he's good enough to stick with Carapaz on the descent.
What is his descending like, Steinhauser? You would think pretty good.
There's been no question marks over it. Carapaz's is excellent.
He doesn't need him on the descent. Carapaz needs to do the descent on his own. At the bottom of this descent is when he needs Steinhauser.
Steinhauser will press on, and Carapaz will have company when he gets to the bottom of the Mortarolo. He's riding past Lorenzo Malesi, who was in the breakaway. The chase is on behind. Palazzari for Red Bull, Max Poole. It is then Einar Rubio, Derek G, Yates. Yates has bridged back across. Yates has made contact with the rear wheel of Damiano Caruso. And now we're seeing the pink jersey fight his way back. This is brave.
Oh, he's using everything. He's regretting that effort he did earlier on the big road. This is what we're talking about. You cannot afford to use any bullets because you're going to need them later on.
He said after yesterday's stage, of the 3 riders behind me in the general classification, there's no one that I fear more than anybody else. Now it will be Carapaz, who is his #1 concern.
Well, he's just there. So, again, he doesn't have to panic. Del Toro. He's got some good company here. This is the group that he needed to stay with. He's managed to. There's Carapaz there. Don't panic. He's just got to sit tight, and what he's got to not do is lose contact of this group, which he shouldn't now. And let's not forget, he's got his teammate McNulty still up the road.
He's going to come in handy. Almost over the top. Vendrami is the rider behind him. Genietz is the next in line. They are watching Carapaz on the tear. He's already got 1 stage victory. He's won this race once before. He believes that the 2022 edition slipped through his fingers. He will not be making the same mistake twice. And now this is Bart Lemon. He's dropped back. He was in the leading group. He's now there to support Simon Yates. Plenty of Aussie flags on the side of the road. Start yelling because Michael Storer is still coming. This is Egan Bernal, and he's got 2 passengers, and they're from UAE. It is Rafael Micah and Adam Yates.
Yeah, they've got to keep racing hard. I think it's more important they're back here to help Del Toro, even if they drag Bernal up, because he's still a long way further back. They've got Carapaz up the road. I think it's more important they're there for Del Toro.
100%, because Bernal, firstly, he's a lot further back overall. He sits at 3 minutes and 23 seconds down. Secondly, he's not showing the legs to be able to win this race. So be prepared to take him back across so you can help your teammate. Oh, the next couple of corners to catch Carapaz. It's a very slender advantage that he has. Derek G is the rider at the front in the blue colours. It's then Einar Rubio. He is the next in line.
Well, Derek G has handled the accelerations very well. He stayed calm. He stayed in the saddle. He is one rider where he's just slipping under the radar when we're looking at the favourites. He's doing everything right.
And this road, by the way, this descent, I think they get to a section where it junctions off and there's 2 ways you can go down. But you see the width of the road, it's not super wide.
Seeing the replay of Carapaz, Safeda did his turn. He tried to get the pace as high as he could, and Carapaz sensed the moment he needed to go. Palazzari couldn't follow. He had to stay in the saddle.
And that was a smart decision by the Italian from Red Bull. He knew that if he tried to go, he would blow up. So he's ridden to his own limitations. That's clever.
But when he attacks Carapaz, it's like he's in a different league.
He's throwing punches. These are haymakers from Carapaz. And he is an outstanding descender. And he is taking time on the way down. It's out to 20 seconds now, his lead. Eulalio is still off the front on his own. He's got an 18-second advantage over the chasing group, which contains 6 riders. Here's a look up at the finish line for the E-Giro. And it's Big Mig cruising in. He has been so popular at the Giro d'Italia back in the 90s when he was winning, even more so now. He's a man who commands respect through simply how calm he is.
Well, he is known around these parts. Good to see.
and they had Claudio Chiappucci across in second and Gianni Bugno in third. That was the finishing order for those three at the Tour de France in 1992. Alulio is off the front on his own. Carapaz has broken away from the pink jersey group. There's still a fair bit of climbing to come on stage 17. The race is on the way down the Mortirolo. The road is narrow, it's steep, and it is technical. And the pink jersey group is doing the job to close back down to Richard Carapaz. Meanwhile, out in front at the head of the race, Alulio has been caught by Bardet. Those two are together once again. Here's a look at the times up the climb. 35 minutes for Yates and Del Toro. The breakaway, they were a minute and a half slower, so they conceded some ground, but they're still in with a chance to win the stage. But the pink jersey, Mitch Docker, has a huge fight on his hands.
He does have a huge fight on his hands, but once they get to the bottom of this steep descent off the Mortirolo, there is still 33 kilometres to go of a dragging big open road into Bormio.
Front of the race, Catania has also joined them. He clearly is one of the better descenders in the race.
Well, he's clearly a better descender than most, and he was climbing well too, wasn't he? Towards the top, he suddenly just came from nowhere. Put the pressure on, so he rode smart. He's an experienced pro. He knew what was coming, and he knew, even though we call it the easier side of the Mortirolo, it's still very tough. Fortunato now, they're descending just behind in the chasing group with Stork.
Not super smooth through the corner, Fortunato. He took multiple bites at the cherry to get through that one.
Richard Carapaz has got his teammate waiting, Jörg Steinhauser, just in front of him. He's only going to be probably 20, 30 seconds in front of him with the hope that they can join together at the bottom of this descent. But I think it is going to be hopeless. UAE have got two riders coming across now to support Del Toro. Visma Leasa Bike have got another rider there with Simon Yates. Don't forget, Brendan McNulty is still in the front. He's able to come back as well. There's plenty of support behind you, and unfortunately, Carapaz only has one teammate.
Rafael Micah, shaky through the corner. Bernal wasn't. He's a former silver medalist on the mountain bikes of the Junior World Championships. What about the next guy in line? He goes okay on a mountain bike. Tom Pidcock is there.
Yeah, he's going down with one eye shut. Tom Pidcock, no problems at all. 10 seconds for the chase group to these three leaders. 40% chance of rain in the next hour. Well, let's hope they're well and truly off this. They will be. It's dry at the moment, so that's good news.
After this, there's one more descent to come, but that's off the back of a Category 3 climb. So if it does rain, we cross our fingers and hope that everybody gets through that one safely. This road is in great condition.
It is. It's been resurfaced, I think, a number of times over the years, but in more recent years, it is very smooth. That's one good thing. It's very smooth. It's just narrow. And you see some of these sections here really narrow. One lane, in fact.
That was the three leaders. Now we've got the next chasers. Motorbikes getting stuck in the middle too. Lorenzo Fortunato with Florian Storr. Fortunato hasn't been able to get the jacket zipped up. It's going to cost him a couple of watts.
Well, it seemed like as soon as they went over the top, it just dropped away, and you really had to get things done quickly. The pace was on, so there was no time to stop and do jackets, and look at the view, it was on.
This is the pink jersey group of Isaac Del Toro. And where is Richard Carapaz?
He's not far ahead, I don't think. They've got it down to maybe 10, 15. That's not Carapaz there. So he's further along. Okay, maybe a bit further than what I thought. It looked a lot closer earlier.
There he is, and much further than the race computer thought, because it had him labelled as having been caught, but he hasn't. There he is. He is catching the remnants of the breakaway. That's Kevin Genetz, the Luxembourg national champion. So he is throwing caution to the wind, Richard Carapaz.
There's only 2 kilometres before they get off this descent, and hopefully, where's Jörg Steinhauser? He's got to be waiting somewhere in front of him now.
What we do know about Steinhauser is he will be following instructions. He comes from a cycling family. His father was a top 10 finisher at the World Championships, and his dad was really reluctant into letting him be a full-time cyclist. He made sure he maintained his education and he did an apprenticeship. And now he's an apprentice of the sport and he's close to the top of the class. Stork in the black colours. Fortunato. Sketchy through the... These are dangerous corners. Wet and dry. You like consistent, one or the other.
Yeah.
This is neither.
And there's some damp road here. Look at this. That's not changed in the bitumen. That's actually a bit of damp road. So they've done a good job thus far. And as you said, Mitch, they're almost at the bottom here. So they come around a couple of next corners and then it's a fairly straight run in the last 300-400 metres on memory. And then they'll do the right-hand turn onto the Valley Road and start the gradual incline back up to Bormio. Carapaz now. More hairpins yet, so not quite there.
We can't see his teammate in front, York Steinhauser. Where is he going to be? Ideally, they want to come together as Carapaz comes off this descent so they can work straight away together and extend their gap.
As he has so often done in his career, he is throwing caution to the wind. Now the Bardet group is off the descents. Lulio and Catania are with him. Stork and Fortunato are chasing. And it's just 2 minutes and 38 seconds their advantage over the pink jersey group. But the pink jersey group is not organised to chase them. They don't have teammates to chase to worry about the stage victory. They have to just defend their position in the overall standings.
Yeah, the biggest threat for these 3 and 2, let's say they get together. So the biggest threat for these leaders is if the Magliarosa group of Del Toro are chasing Carapaz all the way up this valley, because if that happens, they will close in rapidly on these. So, unbeknownst to them, they probably won't be aware of what's going on behind. But if they did, they'd be just wishing that the Del Toro group catches Carapaz, because then it will become a bit of a standoff and a null and void scenario, if you like.
Well, there you go, Matt. He's got rid of the jacket, thrown it to the side of the road. He's done with that jacket. It's game on. Fortunato's back to the skin dog, and he's going for the finish.
Great souvenir.
Great souvenir.
See how this road, see how I talk about it climbing up the valley. It's solid, you know. It's not going to be any decisive moments here, but it just makes it really hard.
It's like this for 20 kilometres.
Yeah.
It climbs in this manner before it hits the base of the official climb. This is tough.
When you, as I said, I've ridden up this and I've ridden down it from Bormio. When you come from Bormio down it, you freewheel and you're flying. So it's absolutely, it's like a 3% gradient.
Steinhauser, now he has been caught by Carapaz, but he got caught too early because Carapaz has gone straight past him, and now Steinhauser, he'll be stressed trying to keep up with Carapaz.
He will. This is the straight stretch, I believe. Maybe? No, not yet. I thought it was. So they will make the right-hand turn soon. Very soon, because there's the main road. So this is it now, I think.
And this is a good spot for him to have been caught. He got caught 1, maybe 2 kilometres too soon. But he's done an outstanding job so far. The next challenge is to drag him up the Valley Road.
That's textbook. We've been talking about these satellite riders and referencing that term all the last couple of days, and that is exactly what you want. A rider to go ahead, so when you make that attack, you join together and you can go on and make a benefit here. Having a teammate up the road, York Steinhauser has played a fantastic role today.
The Jersey group has also made the turn off the descent, and he has taken matters into his own hands on the descent, but he has got 2 teammates in this group. And right now, in the virtual general classification, from what was a 31-second advantage over Carapaz at the start of the day, it's now a 9-second advantage. So Central and South America going into battle for the pink jersey at the Giro d'Italia.
And you saw Del Toro there. He's obviously gapped him, but he's waiting. He's like, well, we've got to work together. So he's made the decision not to try and leap across himself.
Yates, Micah, still in this group for Del Toro, and McNulty is coming back for him. Steinhauser now on the front. He will ride this until the tank is empty. And then once again, it's over to number 61, Richard Carapaz. Vendrame is motor pacing. He's number 58. Get on if you're good enough. Hold on for as long as you can.
This has been a great move by Carapaz, but I just think this scenario today, it's just a little bit too far. The gap it's still too close, and we're talking about 30 kilometres on a road very similar to this all the way to Bormio.
Yeah. I'm sort of with you, Mitch, and I mean, it's easy to say that now, isn't it? Because we see the gap, and if you'd had 40 seconds at the bottom, you'd say, you know, fantastic move. But yeah, it is a tough drag to the top, and he needed more guys out ahead of him. Satellite riders. There's that word again, but they've got the numbers back here, and they're going to get organised, and they're not panicking. You know, they've got them in their sights on these sort of straight sections, so they'd be feeling pretty confident.
It's two teams chasing. It's not just the pink jersey. It's not just UAE. It's also the yellow colours of this man, Simon Yates. Yates staying composed. Del Toro, he's had moments of panic. He was so grateful for his teammates yesterday. Derek G has been playing a patient hand also. Egan Bernal, then it's Tom Pidcock. Max Poole is there in the blue colours. The other three at the back, they're remnants of the breakaway. This is Molisi from Movistar, who's in the red colours, and it is Diego Ulisi from Astana. Well, look at this. There is the pink colours of the Challenger. That is the pink colours of Carapaz. And then it's the full pink of the race leader.
York Steinhauser, who's got a ride out of his skin right now.
And going across to this group, Palazzari and Einar Rubio are the two riders who have caught Carapaz on the descent. I'd like this camera to zoom back to make sure it is Palazzari and Einar Rubio.
Carapaz looks like he's recovered fairly well on that descent.
This is Palazzari, and this is Einar Rubio. Giulio Palazzari starts the day 9th. Einar Rubio starts the day in 11th, and they have done the descent of their life.
Are we going to see these two contribute with?
Yeah, you just took the question right out of my mouth. At some point, you'd think, well, we can gain something here. Why wouldn't we?
For them to stand a chance of winning the stage, they need to, because that's a big gap they still need to close down. But if they do, they expose themselves to Carapaz winning the stage. I think they roll the dice and they sit tight and wait to see what happens. Damien Housen now being caught. He's got his teammate Tom Pidcock. Next to be caught, it will be Filippo Zanna and Chris Harper. The white colours, Louis Menkes.
Well, what we discussed, the Maillot Oza group, until they catch the Carapaz group, the breakaway is at threat. Is at threat by being caught, because they are drag racing up the valley here, these two groups. And if they cat and mouse at all, which they're not going to yet with 30 kilometres to go, you wouldn't think, that'd be silly, but if they do it all, or one rider or two in this group want to soft pedal a little bit, then again, they're going to come more under threat.
Well, the gap's coming down, Macca. It's coming down inside 20 seconds now. It's even 15 seconds. So it looks like those two groups with the Carapaz and the Maglarosa are going to come back together with Adam Yates pulling on the front.
5 kilometres to go to the Red Bull time bonus sprint. Alulio at the front. Started his season at the Tour Down Under, the rider from Portugal, where he finished in 15th spot in the general classification. Fortunato, Catania, Florian Stork in the black colours, Bardet at the rear. Huge crowds on the side of the road. It's a nagging uphill drag for 15 more kilometres, and then the final climb starts. We saw Florian Stork and Roman Bardet, very brief conversation. What do you anticipate it would have been about?
I think they'll be talking about just keeping this group together, keeping it rolling, trying and get the cooperation going. There's still so far to go. They can't even start thinking about the victory, this group yet.
A long way off it. The gap just 2 minutes over the pink jersey group. backdrop of Mother Nature today has been stunning, as we get another great chapter written in the iconic story of the Giro d'Italia. This is the 108th edition, and after last year, the brilliance of Pogacar dominating, winning 6 stages almost by 10 minutes, to have this level of tension midway through the final week with the top 4 riders separated by just 91 seconds, we're in for a big finale.
Well, they've got them in the sights now, and it looks like they'd be pretty comfortable about this. They've only had to use Adam Yates, so they've still got some extra resources there. 10 seconds. They know, well, it's even less than 10 seconds now. They know they're going to be able to pull them back.
How much has Carapaz wasted with this attack?
Yeah, that's the question by day's end, isn't it? He's older, more mature than Del Toro, so if we look back at Del Toro and yesterday and, you know, the questions we kept posing, will he fade in the 3rd week? Carapaz has been here before. He's podiumed here before. He's won this race before. So he's a Grand Tour winner. So it's still going to cost him, though, isn't it? It's still, you know, he's digging into the reserves today. Doesn't matter how good he is. The question is, how much will it affect him against someone like Simon Yates, against Derek G? We cannot take Derek G out of this picture either yet.
There is no move that doesn't have a consequence. It can be positive or it can be negative. And as you get further into the race, with the accumulation of the fatigue, the consequences are bigger.
Yeah, and that you talked about his attacks, how explosive they are for Richard Carapaz, and that was an explosive attack. So he's burnt that one big match today.
And now he's been reeled back in, and it's Brandon McNulty who was in the breakaway for UAE. He's the one who has done the job.
I think he's got to try. He's got to keep trying like that. That's the way Carapaz wants to race this last week, and keep putting the team UAE under pressure. I agree with you both. That is a big bullet that he's used, but he put them under pressure, and the wheels were coming off, but they're able to repair it. UAE and Visma Lisa Bike came together to make that repair.
And the front of the race is getting repaired as well. Vacek has rejoined. It is Fortunato in the blue. Danny Martinez for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Roman Bardet in the navy blue. Is Wilco Kelderman for Visma Lisa Bike. Florian Stork in the black colours. Alfonso Alulio in the white for Bahrain. And Matej Catano for Soudal Quickstep.
And this is advantage break now, Matt, because of what I said, these two groups have come together. The tempo now will drop off somewhat. They'll keep riding a tempo UAE, but look at the gap. It's already now drifted just back up 6-7 seconds. So the breakaway now will be aware of it, I'd imagine, and they'll just keep doing their thing.
Well, look what's happening here. Damien Houses is coming to the front. Tom Pidcock is in this group. Now Q36.5 are thinking about the victory. Tom Pidcock has had a fantastic ride today over the Mortarolo.
He believes he can win, and he's done this before throughout this race without picking up a victory. There was a stage where he was dropped early in the stage. It was on the day to, I think it was on the 11th stage, where he was dropped at the midway point on the stage. And then he said, let's go. Let's give myself a chance to be able to win the stage. And it was the day that was won by Richard Carapaz, and Pidcock ended up finishing 4th. That is the character of a team leader. We make our way past the sanctuary of Madonna. Many little villages dotted throughout this area as they head towards Bormio. And now with the leaders, how much are they committing at this point? Everybody is slightly hedging their bets.
Well, they've got the little sting in the tail too to come. We keep sort of talking about this 3-kilometre climb at the end. La Motte, it's like they almost come into Bormio and then they do a little loop. 3 kilometres averaging 8%, so it's no slouch. So it's certainly, you would think the winning move is going to come from there, whether it's in this group or again from the Magliarozza group if they catch back up. So still a lot to play out here, and this last little climb, we shouldn't discount it.
And Wilco Kelderman, does he have the green light to go for the stage victory, or will he be called back to support Simon Yates? as they're inside the last kilometre for the Red Bull Sprint. What would you do if you were Visma Leasabine?
I'm actually surprised they're allowing him to go for the stage, but now the scenario has calmed down a bit, and Simon Yates has also got another Kreuzwick back with him. I think Kelderman's free to go for the stage.
His last victory was in 2013. It was the stage and the general classification at the Tour of Denmark.
12 years ago.
And in 2020, he was third overall in this race. He was second on the stage behind Luke Plapp. He's had 2 second-place finishes in stages here. He's had 2 second-place finishes on stages at the Vuelta. Is he bankable for the team when they're racing for the win with Simon Yates back in the pink jersey group?
I don't think the stage suits him to finish today. If anything, it's a downhill finish, so he could be chalking up another second place.
I think the scenario that they're at now, they've got to let him go for it. It's not going to make any difference if he
Catania working his way through to the front, wanting to maintain the momentum. This will give him a 6-second time bonus, but that is insignificant. It is making sure that they don't lose their momentum. Catania goes through 6 seconds for him, 4 seconds for Kelderman, 2 seconds for Stork. The back end of the Volta a España last year, Catania found himself in exactly this position. He was in with a chance to win the stage. At 10 kilometres to go, his team told him to stop and wait for Mikel Landa to try and save a spot inside the top 10. He wasn't happy, but he stopped and he waited.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't be happy, would you? Top 10. I don't think I'd be too happy with that.
Well, Damien Housen's, he's doing a good job. Sorry, Macca, he's doing a very good job there. He's really pulling this gap down. It was already inside minute 40. Now Catania's back on the front. It slipped out again, but a great job here. Damo's been up in the break all day as well.
But is he going to have any more support from this chasing group? UAE, they don't need to bring this back. Neither do Visma, really, do they?
UAE don't want to, because if the gap gets brought back down and this group is racing for stage honours, there's the time bonuses also that can close down the lead of Isaac Del Toro.
And was that Mike just having a couple of words to Pidcock? I just wonder.
No, it was to McNulty, and congratulating McNulty on his ride of being in the breakaway and now being on hand to support the pink jersey. Rafael Micah is close to the strongest, but he's not the strongest in UAE. But he is the most important teammate for Del Toro. They go through the Red Bull Sprint. No time bonuses for them. They're at 1 minute and 41 seconds behind. And it's Housen still on the front.
Well, Damien Housen just needs to keep it close. He doesn't need to bring the group back before the Category 3. He needs to have it inside a minute when they hit the bottom of that Category 3, ideally around 30 seconds. And that will allow Tom Pidcock to move across and close the gap on the Category 3, or some of these other riders behind here. Pidcock needs to probably wait for the sprint. He's probably the fastest guy here, but he can also move on the Category 3.
What would you advise him to do?
I don't think Damo's going to be able to close the gap down. He's going to only be able to get it close. He's only one man there, and as we've already alluded, that the GC teams aren't going to help. So if he can get it close, Pidcock might have to just close the gap on his own on the climb.
We return to the leading group. Wilco Kelderman in the yellow colours. Fortunato, he's been a stage winner in a Grand Tour. Likewise, Danny Martinez, the rider at the back for Red Bull. So too Roman Bardet. For the rest of them, it's uncharted waters. Here is Bormio. This is the destination for the finish of today's stage. It will be hosting the downhill skiing at the Winter Olympics next year. Big moment for a town with a population of 4,000 people, and it is a regular passing spot on the Giro d'Italia.
It is. Plenty of stage finishes, and a lot of these hotels in this beautiful little town, they are set up for cycling. They're set up for all year round sports, but they've got workshops, bike workshops, generally down in the basement, bike storage, and that's basically they rely on tourism and tourists, not just in the winter months but in the summer months. Lots of bike shops in the area as well. A lot of e-bikes you in fact can rent here also.
And it was the snowy day in '88 with the Gavia, where it was Eric Breukink He, along with Fausto Coppi, Charlie Gould, Gilberto Simoni, Damiano Cunego and Vincenzo Nibali, having had success in Bormio. Spoke about Charlie Gould yesterday. He got a mention from the Giro back in 1956, and he was a former winner of the Tour de France as well. Brilliant climber, multiple winner of the King of the Mountains classification at the Tour de France. They're still losing ground. You've spoken about Damien Howson being the one rider chasing, but he is fully committed, and these riders are hedging their bets. Understandably so. They don't want to tow somebody else to the finish line in contention to win the stage.
They're starting to think about it, aren't they? They're starting to believe in themselves, that, and they're probably being told what's going on behind and being given some sort of instructions saying, okay, looks like you've got it under control. There's only one guy chasing from behind. It's Howson. Just got to keep this ticking over, guys. So they're starting to think about it.
Is that another Contador option on the left-hand side of the road?
It's a beautiful looking bike path, isn't it?
It's not Contador because it does the zigzag to take some of the gradient out of it. He likes straight up and steep. They still have 10 kilometres to go before the climb officially starts. Of these riders, Florian Stork is the best placed in the overall standings. He's more than 42 minutes down. It's then Fortunato, Bardet, Kelderman and Martinez. Speaking of Florian Stork, his teammate Michael Storer is missing from this group. The Australian who started the day in 7th position overall.
Yeah, it's a bit of a worry. I was looking for him before at the top of the Mortarolo. I couldn't see him. I was hoping he might have been able to scramble back with a couple of the riders off the bottom of that descent, but it doesn't look like it's the case.
He's had 4 crashes throughout this year's Giro.
He may have also used a lot of bickies yesterday, trying to get some time. He loved that stage yesterday because he was the winner of the Tour of the Alps earlier this year, and that was a stage that replicated some of those roads.
There he is, Storer, starting the day in 7th position. Del Toro leads by 26 seconds ahead of Simon Yates, 31 seconds to Carapaz, 91 seconds to Derek G. Pidcock, he's going early. Howson's job is done. UAE, they don't need to worry about chasing Tom Pidcock. He starts today 16th. He's 8 minutes and 35 seconds down.
Well, unfortunately for Pidcock, Damien Howson, he didn't have anything left in the tank and the gap was going the wrong way, so he's had to take it on earlier than he really wanted to. This is a little uncategorized climb here coming out of La Presse. Then there's going to be back on some big flat roads. So Pidcock can make a difference here, but once they get over this, he's going to be exposed and just riding on his own on the front of this group.
UAE closing it down. Rafael Micah, Brandon McNulty. It's then Adam Yates. Steinhauser is still here for Carapaz. He's the rider in the pink helmet, followed by his teammates. Stephen Kruiswijk is at the back of that group in support of Simon Yates. The gap continues to get etched away out. It's now down to 1:28.
Well, this is the flat road I was talking about after that little uncategorized climb. So Tom Pidcock, even if he did get over that climb alone, it's a long gap to close, 1:28 on his own on these flat roads against a pretty good working bunch here.
Almost 100 kilometres in the breakaway for this group. They've now been off the front for 98 Ks.
I'd love to add up the time in breakaway for this man here, Lorenzo Fortunato. He's been rider of the Giro, you can argue, just in terms of, you know, if we put a tag name, he's animator of the Giro at least. He really has been that good.
This is the 6th breakaway for Lorenzo Fortunato. I'm going to quickly put the numbers together and tell you how many kilometres he has spent off the front. And so far today, he has spent 610 kilometres in breakaways so far in this year's race. Leads the King of the Mountains classification courtesy of it, and he was second on the stage yesterday. He's hunting the stage win today. He's got 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead of the pink jersey group. Will it be the break? Will it be the pink jersey group? And who ends the day at the top of the general classification? Stage 17 of the Giro d'Italia, and the pink jersey still on the shoulders of Isaac Del Toro. He's been threatened throughout the stage by Richard Carapaz, and Carapaz has teammates with him, and he is looking forward to the stage finish in Bormio. There was a breakaway group of 34 riders at one point. It's been dwindled down to 8 riders. Across the top of the Mortirolo, it was Lorenzo Fortunato picking up maximum points and extending his lead in the race for the blue jersey. It is almost an unassailable lead at the top of the King of the Mountains classification. This is Damien Housen. He's at the front of the pink jersey group. He is chasing for Tom Pidcock. The next one through is Lorenzo Molesi. Just like Housen, he too was in the early breakaway. Here's Tom Pidcock, Derek G, who starts today in 4th position overall. Caruso, he's in 5th spot in the general classification. Palazzari, 3rd yesterday, top 10 now, hunting a stage win. Del Toro, he's looked vulnerable, but he's holding on. Behind him is 2nd place, Simon Yates. The best placed of the Australians, the Western Australian Michael Storer. He's lost contact with the leaders. We're trying to find his whereabouts, but he is slipping outside the top 10. Also, earlier in the day, Jay Vine abandoned the race, and so too did Luke Plapp. Del Toro and Palazzari. Yesterday it was the fist pump. Today it's a pat on the back. They're rivals and they're friends. They went toe-to-toe together throughout the under-23 category, and they are going to be going toe-to-toe together for the next decade. It's a good rivalry.
Well, considering the situation here, there's a lot of pressure on this stage. Palazzari and Del Toro, they're having a lot of fun, and that shows you how young they are and how much fun they're having in this race, even leading the race in the pink jersey. It's great to see, you know, as serious as we make it sometimes, these guys, they're having fun, Macca, and we spoke about that earlier.
Yeah, it is great. It is great. And, you know, Del Toro has got his back to the wall. He had it to the wall up the Mortirolo, but you're right, and it is nice to see. They're just enjoying it. They're just racing so naturally. But what's important now is Damien Housen's got some support. He's got some support through Movistar, because they've got Rubio here, who they believe can maybe deliver for the stage win as well. And that gap, it is coming down to the magic minute. So this stage is not over. This break, they have not won the stage just yet.
Well, it's 4 kilometres to the start of that Category 3 climb. From there, they've got 3 kilometres up. From the top of there, it is just 9 kilometres to the bottom. To the finish, sorry, 9 kilometres downhill. So Damien Housen, known for his time trial ability, is doing a 2-up time trial with Molesi now. Very happy to have a man there.
And it's not good for the breakaway group, because they've got one important thing in common, those two. They've both been the under-23 World Time Trial champion.
And Damien Housen, it was in Italy, in fact, in Florence. Was that 2011, 2012, 2013?
2013.
2013, yeah. Yeah, that was a great win. So he's got good memories.
This is Matthews Vacek, Lidl-Trek. They'll come away from this race with fantastic memories. Of the riders in the breakaway, he's under the least amount of pressure. He's not a man for the mountains, and the team's already got 6 stages and the Chiclamina jersey with Mads Pedersen.
The rider with the most amount of pressure up there in that group, I think, is Romain Bardet. He knows he's running out of time to get that elusive stage win he wants in this race. He's only got a few stages left. He doesn't know if he's going to get in the break. This is it. This could be it today.
The great Roger Federer said that it was early in his career that he was more relaxed in Grand Slam finals, because he knew he'd be back next year. It was as he was late in his career that he got much more nervous, when the expectation is, oh, this guy's got so much experience, but he knew he was running out of chances, and Bardet is running out of chances. He has today and only 2 more opportunities to ever in his career win a stage in the Giro d'Italia. Danny Martinez, Afonso Alulio, Matthews Vacek, Matteo Cattaneo, Romain Bardet, Wilco Kelderman, and Lorenzo Fortunato. That is the composition of the 8 riders out in front. And let's throw into the mix Florian Stork from Tudor Pro Cycling.
Well, Bardet has to do something serious on this Category 3 climb. He cannot go to the finish with the likes of Vacek or Cattaneo. 2 bigger riders with a bit more of a kick than him. He has to light it up on this small Category 3 climb.
And I think it's apparent now whether this group of riders win or what's left of the chase group. It's going to happen on the climb, in my opinion. We're going to see probably a big attack from the chase group. We'll see attacks here. This will splinter. And I think it's all going to happen there. It's 3 kilometres in length, and look at that gap. It is dwindling. It is coming down.
There are choices for the most combative prize. Lulio, Bardet, Fortunato. Fortunato already wears the red numbers because he won the most combative prize yesterday, and rightly so. He was the strongest out in front with his teammate Scaroni. He let Scaroni win. I wonder if he'll regret that when he's 50.
Probably not. I don't think so. He's got a stage win himself. He's going to win the King of the Mountains classification.
It might become one of the proudest moments of his career.
Yeah, probably will be. He will be remembered for that incident. Absolutely, more than his stage win, I would suggest.
Well, Damien Housen now. Oh, Malesi, he swung up. He's done. I was going to say they've got 2K to go, but it's up to Damo now. 1.8K till the base of the climb, and then we're going to see Pidcock and Rubio have to light it up. If they want to make the most of all this work that their teammates have done, they're going to have to close the gap themselves on this climb.
Looking like a man who doesn't have much left in him, Damien Housen. The team cars for the breakaway, they've been shifted off to the side. The searching look across the shoulder, that is the announcement. The tank is empty. Hats off Damien Housen. And now it's Brandon McNulty, who was also in the earlier breakaway. And for UAE, it's in their interest not to catch the breakaway, but they know that there are others in here, so they have to take control. Steinhauser, he's also coming forward for Carapaz because he does want the stage.
Yeah, UAE have to ride a solid tempo because it's too dangerous not to now. They've got to keep the tempo up. They'll be nervous about Carapaz. Look, he just looks like he's positioning himself for another attack, doesn't he? They're all going to be ready for it, but as we've seen already, they are blistering and it's almost impossible to follow him.
Well, Carapaz now knows once he gets to the top of this climb, it's 9 kilometres downhill straight into Bormio. So even if he holds a 10-second gap, that's all he needs. He's just got to chip away at it. I feel like Carapaz is going to do it anyway. He knows he's worth his while.
And now Adam Yates is coming through to the front. UAE, the fortress, surrounds the pink jersey. After Del Toro saved the lead by just 26 seconds yesterday, he said, I can't be prouder of the team. Without them, I wouldn't be in this position. And without them today, he again wouldn't be in this position. He needs them all the way through. If he can manage it, the best scenario is not to respond to any of the initial attacks, make sure he doesn't go into the red zone, and hope that Adam Yates in particular and Rafael Micah can fix the damage for him.
Well, he's got the teammates there now. Now it's time to rely on his teammates. There is still 9 kilometres, as I said, after the top of that climb. He's got 3 teammates with him. They can make a big difference. 3 versus 1, 3 always wins.
Unless it's Pogacar off the front because he's got the silver bullet. There's different rules for Tadej.
And I just noticed then, guys, I was just really watching really closely Del Toro. He just wants to be on Carapaz's wheel. Caruso had sort of came in on him and Pidcock and squashed him out somewhat. He's gone back around them and got back on the wheel.
The left-hand turn, they're onto the final climb of the day, La Motta. It's only a Category 3 climb, but it will prove to be decisive. 3Ks long, steepest pinch of 13%. That's an attacking opportunity. Fortunato, Martinez, Stork, Bardet, Vacek, Catano, Kelderman and Alulio. That's the composition of the riders out in front. The team cars, they're trying to clear the path because Adam Yates is just 26 seconds behind them.
It's a pretty ferocious little Category 3 this at 8.1%, and the last couple of 100 metres is steep. It is right up there, so there is a launch pad.
Experienced move by Caruso. He doesn't want to be too far behind Carapaz.
Yeah, he's been jostling Caruso. He is using every bit of experience he's got and putting himself in a good position.
Down to 23 seconds. Steinhauser, his job is done. He can't contribute any more to Carapaz. It's over to his leader. Carapaz is followed by Derek G. Simon Yates is behind Derek G. Simon Yates, he hasn't looked in sparkling form so far today.
Well, Adam Yates and UAE, they're riding this perfectly, and the climb is suiting them to defend. It's got the corners. They can control it through the corners, accelerate out of those corners, slow it up through the corners. Very difficult to attack.
Sibling rivalry. Adam Yates is riding to prevent Simon Yates from winning because Yates is paid to support Del Toro. Adam Yates on the front, Simon Yates in yellow.
Richard Carapaz winding up out of the seat. Every time I see him out of the seat, I'm waiting for one of his ferocious attacks. I want to see it again.
We are, aren't we? We're expecting it, as are his rivals. I just wonder if it will happen today.
If you two are reacting like that, imagine how they feel.
Oh, you'd be twitchy, wouldn't you?
Palazzari still in this group for Red Bull. Florian Stork is now going, and Kelderman is dropping off the back. Is he being dropped or is he waiting for Yates? Bardet checks, closes the gap, gets into the slipstream of Stork.
This is looking perfect for Bardet. Stork has done the hard work for him. Now Bardet just needs to keep it going and go over the top and stretch it out now.
Vatchek has lost contact. This is Lorenzo Fortunato. He too is drifting back to the pink jersey group. Another successful day out for Fortunato.
Yeah, well, for Bardet, he's got to pick the moment, doesn't he? He wants to go solo, you would think. But he can't sit too long behind Stork because this group is breathing down their necks as well.
UAE, they're down to 2 in support of the pink jersey. It is Micah and McNulty as Bardet is putting his cards on the table. This is my hand at the poker table. Has anybody got anything better?
He's got to go deep, Macca. Exactly. We're right on the edge of our seat here. 1.8 kilometres to go.
Yeah, and now's the time. I said, he can't sit with Stork for too much longer because look at that margin to the Magliarosa group. So he's well aware of it. He's well aware of the surge coming from behind. He's still a couple of hairpins ahead of them, though. So that's a good visual here.
He's given the French cycling fans so much for more than a decade. He's been second at the Tour de France. He's been third. Last year, for the first time in his career, he wore the yellow jersey when he and his teammate went 1-2 on the opening stage, and that was in Italy. Now in his final Grand Tour, it's in Italy, and he's looking for one piece that's missing from his CV, and that is a stage in the Giro. Danny Martinez now, he is not riding for his own personal benefit. He's trying to set it up for Giulio Palazzari. There's Palazzari behind him, followed by Del Toro. It's then Carapaz, Derek G, Simon Yates, Caruso, Bernal, Max Poole.
And all of a sudden, the Magliarosa is alone. The teammates have been stripped down. This acceleration here from Palazzari has got rid of the teammates of Del Toro.
The move from Red Bull is good for Carapaz. Can Palazzari accelerate? They know each other so well. They go from fist pumps to back slaps to battles on the bike.
Watch out for Richard Carapaz. He's liking this increase in tempo. He's out of the seat. Derek G as well. This is shaping up perfectly.
And especially if Palazzari here swings off and there's a pause, that's where we might see Carapaz jump. But what this is also doing, by the way, it has closed it right up to the lead group.
Kelderman has now been caught as Egan Bernal has lost touch. The Colombian champion starts the day in 6th spot overall. 10 kilometres to go for Romain Bardet. He's got 1 kilometre to get to the top, and then the descent starts.
Oh, this will be one of the hardest kilometres of his career, Romain Bardet. He's going to have to just leave it all out there. This is what he wants. A stage win at the Giro d'Italia. He retires next month.
It will be one of his hardest kilometres, and he's had a lot of hard kilometres, and he's had a lot of success. Oh, Rubio from Movistar. As the pace backs off, this could be the sneaky move. He's at 5 minutes and 43 seconds. Del Toro does not need to respond to Ainar Rubio.
Well, this is perfect. This is what his teammate Michele was setting up for him, and he's capitalising on this. Unfortunately, Tom Pidcock wasn't able to do the same for Damien Housen. He's gone out the back now. He's holding desperately onto that gap. 100 metres, that's all it is.
Oh, the top can't come quick enough for Bardet because he gets over the top. If he's got 15 seconds, he'll be descending while they're still climbing. He just needs to get there.
It's Alulio who is on the front. He was in the breakaway. He's now setting the tempo for Damiano Caruso. Del Toro, inspired by the pink jersey. The chef is back, but who is going to be the master of the climbing kitchen today? It's Bardet who is out in front, Rubio who is chasing, and the pink jersey is just 21 seconds behind.
Well, they've become allies unofficially, Bahrain victorious for Isaac Del Toro. You mentioned his teammates, they're all gone. This is what he needed. He needed the tempo to stay up, and it's the perfect sit for Del Toro at the moment.
And Max Poole in the blue colours, he's a teammate of Romain Bardet. He is the one rider in this group who hopes they don't catch the leader.
Oh, he's having a fantastic ride today. He's sitting there, the young Brit, 22 years old, having a great day, moving well and truly up in the GC.
And if they go across the top and he's still got a gap, Bardet, that is where his role will be crucial, Paul, because he will try and be the disruptor in this chase.
And the more technical the descent is, the better it is for Romain Bardet. And now we see Del Toro. What a way to defend the pink jersey. Was he vulnerable? He's got another fight left in him. And now it's Carapaz who's under pressure. Never write off the rising star from Mexico.
Well, Del Toro, he's been saving something. He's been fooling us the whole time. The best way to defend is attack. And he said that before. That's how he wants to do it. He's riding on instincts.
Yesterday, he conceded 1 minute and 36 seconds to Richard Carapaz. And today, he's taking time back on Simon Yates, on Derek G, and on Caruso. Enormous.
And Carapaz is willing to work because he says, if you gain, I gain. This is all good for me. He was able to follow him, and now these two, and this is going to be the big threat for Bardet. We know that because look at the gap, 7 seconds.
Closing in quickly, working well together.
Well, if they pick up Bardet now, Bardet can just be a passenger, stay on the back, and he'll just get a free ride to the finish and hopefully capitalise on these two riding for GC.
This is the moment, this is the move.
Well, we didn't expect that, did we?
Not after yesterday. It looked as if it was just a matter of time before he lost the race lead. But Del Toro, he's still at the top and he's still showing how good he is. Another extraordinary talent from UAE Team Emirates. And Rubio has been passed 2-1.
This is brilliant by Del Toro. There's Romain Bardet just around the next corner. He's at 10 seconds, though. He'll take the big risks here. He'll descend as good, if not a little bit better, I believe, Bardet.
Well, both of these are real naturals on the bike. And Del Toro, he's done plenty of mountain biking, cyclocross as well. He's been racing since he was 7. And Bardet, don't dare look over your shoulder because the pink jersey is coming, and with him is the very fast finishing Richard Carapaz.
Well, Del Toro wants to prove a point here today. He wants to show everyone, come on, bring what your best. I'm ready for it. He wants the stage as well. I think he wants to prove a real big point.
And all of a sudden, Simon Yates, who looked in an incredibly strong position with 3 teammates in the breakaway, finds himself isolated and chasing to save second.
Wow, this is just, it's delivered, hasn't it, today's stage. You know, it's not the mountainous stage that we saw yesterday. It's not the mountainous stages that we've got coming. But sometimes these are the tricky ones. And Del Toro has absolutely pulled out an ace card when we didn't expect it.
He has to make the most of these days. We don't know what he's going to be capable of when the race goes above 2,000 metres in altitude on Saturday. He's a natural-born racer, Isaac Del Toro. Well, Roman Bardet won't like what he sees when he looks across his shoulder. The vehicles have been cleared out and the charge is on. In the virtual general classification, Carapaz has now moved from third into second place. 1 and 2 are on the move.
Well, Bardet's got to shut it down now. He's got to shut it down, make sure he gets on these two when they come past. He doesn't want to miss the wheel and find himself chasing to get back there. He needs to get in, sit, and hope to make a final attack.
And he's ready to sprint. He's in the drops. He's doing a little Julien Alaphilippe shakeout. Del Toro doesn't want him there. Bardet is sprinting full throttle to get into their slipstream. Oh, this is purgatory.
Oh yeah. They're not taking any tickets, these two.
No
all
tickets,
the way.
no prisoners. And here's the chase. Caruso, he's got a teammate. Olulio is still there. It's Caruso is the next rider from Bahrain victorious. Derek G, I know Rubio. Max Poole is there. And so too is Giulio Palazzari from Red Bull.
And Yates, some unexpected allies. It's just the tables have just switched and turned upside down, inside out. And now Yates, he's lucky. He's got a little bit of support here. They'll minimise this margin.
Well, Bardet's got 4.8 kilometres to suddenly miraculously recover, pull some kind of sprint out of the bag. He has no need to pull through. They're not going to expect him to contribute. He's got to think about this victory.
So there's a flat stretch through here. There's another descent to come. And the last 500 metres are gently uphill.
Well, he's just got to sit and wait. I'm with you. He can't pull a single turn. Absolutely nothing. It is all for the stage. We know that. And that, I think, works in his favour. If it was a flat sprint, I'd be totally thinking Isaac Del Toro has got the better of both of them.
And it's a very tricky final 500 metres with a left, a right and a left, all in the space of 500 metres.
Oh, wow. That's advantage. To me, that's advantage Del Toro after that attack. As good as Carapaz is, I feel like Del Toro's got more zip on a not-so-steep finale.
Yeah, I feel like with that technicality in that last few hundred metres, it's almost best if Bardet actually goes through the corners and controls this sprint, leads the sprint out himself. Coming from behind with a lack of punch, he may never get around.
Based on the race handbook, you definitely want to be through the last left-hand corner in first place. And the time bonuses between these two will be telling. At the moment, in the time bonuses debate, 10 seconds so far for Carapaz, 36 for Del Toro. There's a look at the final kilometre.
I've got to make a comment about the man on the front right now, Richard Carapaz. I'm loving the way he is racing. He is making this Giro so exciting. You cannot forget, he was the guy who was on the attack at the top of the Mortirolo. Yet, he was the only one who could follow Del Toro's attack.
Take the time bonuses out of it. The gap between Carapaz and Del Toro, 5 seconds.
Yeah.
But the time bonuses are a factor. The real gap is 31 seconds. The reason I mention that is how tight they are.
Well, they are closing up. The Yates group is closing up. I thought they were gone. I thought, okay, it's just we're going to actually just have to count the seconds at the end. I think they're going to bring them back as well with 3 kilometres to go.
Tom Pidcock was there, but he's clearly done a big turn of pace and lost contact. Rubio, he's working his way up into the top 10. He's the rider from Movistar.
On the man sitting at the back there, Palazzari. Max Poole, 2 riders who haven't had to do a turn. They'll be sitting there thinking about the stage as well.
And they have to roll the dice. Bardet got the maximum points over the climb. Don't work, take the risk of not catching them. That's their best chance of winning.
Yeah, and Max Poole, he's the one for me. I mean, with Bardet out there, can just sit, wait, be patient.
Here he is at the back. He's had just 1 win in his career so far, Max Poole, and that was the Tour of Langkawi last year. He won a stage, he won the race overall. For Palazzari, a 2nd place finish on the final big day in the mountains at the Giro d'Italia last year. Yates is throwing caution to the wind. He is descending like he's campaigning for a spot in MotoGP. So too is Del Toro.
Oh, has he actually attacked Carapaz or what? This is incredible. He's gapped himself and Bardet, and again for Bardet, this is all good. This is all good because Carapaz has to close this up. He will not look back for Bardet. Bardet's just got to sit. He's got to be patient. It could still work out.
The technical elements of the sport are so important, and it's through his bike handling skills that Del Toro has created the gap.
Del Toro looking this, controlling it, showing why he is in the pink jersey. Under the 1K to go, we said how technical this is. They don't think they're going to get him back right now.
Oh, this is tight. That was a tight left-hander. But he's holding the gains here. He is holding the gains.
His exit speed was better. He has extended the gap on Carapaz. Bardet sits and hopes. Del Toro, he doesn't wait. He's taking the race into his own hands.
Oh, Bardet has missed out here. He's hoped that Carapaz could get him back, but unfortunately he's got caught out, and Del Toro is going to ride away with it.
500 metres remaining, a few twists and turns to come. This Giro keeps on delivering. Carapaz has not surrendered. Bardet sits in the slipstream. 300 metres, still more corners and more time gains. Yesterday, Isaac Del Toro was on his hands and knees. It looked as if it was only a matter of time before he lost the pink jersey. In the space of 24 hours, the 21-year-old has turned it around. He's gone from defending to attacking, and now he's extending his lead. The Bull of Mexico, it's Del Toro. Take a bow. Bardet in second, Carapaz third. Yates sprinting to minimise the time losses on a day he thought it would be time gains. Yates is in, 14 seconds, make it 24 because of the 10-second time bonus for Del Toro. Let's celebrate. He's the second Mexican to ever win a stage in the Giro d'Italia. He's the first to lead it. He accomplished that on stage 9. He could be the first to win a Grand Tour. This is a breakthrough performance. And now Pidcock is coming in. This is with Egan Bernal. That is Florian Stork in the black colours from Tudor Pro Cycling. We are still awaiting the arrival of Michael Storer. Bernal has lost a minute and 10 seconds. Filippo Zanna is in the purple colours. Rafael Micah from UAE. He celebrates.
Wow. What a kid. He's a kid.
No, he's not.
Incredible.
He's Rafael Micah's man, and he's dabbing him up.
Wow. What a statement. What a statement after yesterday. Isn't it? That is just an uppercut. Back to your rivals. Okay, you can do this. Well, I can go one better.
To the rivals, to the critics, and you know that comment there from Rafa Micah. What did I say? What did I say? There was a conversation that's had been, whether it was on the stage, before the stage, somewhere along the way. Where's the belief? Believe in yourself. Go for the stage win.
And this is Kevin Genietz coming through. Fortunato's in that group. Adam Yates is there as well. Catania at the back. Diego Ulissi is the rider from Astana. This is turning out to be a tough day for the Australians. Luke Plapp abandoning the race. So too Jay Vine. Chris Harper was in the breakaway. Looked like he was a chance. And now we still await the arrival of Michael Storer.
Roman Bardet, second place.
Oh, gee. We wanted the fairy tale too, didn't we?
Depends on where you come from.
Yeah.
In Mexico, this is the fairy tale. And fairy tales come true when you're Isaac Del Toro. That's his best yet. And he knows it.
Well, take a bow, young man.
This is his mother. She can't even believe it.
Oh, wow. What an exciting rider. We are witnessing something special, aren't we?
He wins the stage 4 seconds ahead of Roman Bardet and Richard Carapaz. It was then Simon Yates, Palazzari, Derek G, Damien Caruso, Einar Rubio, Max Poole and Afonso Eulalio. Tom Pidcock was 11th, Egan Bernal was 12th. That was McNulty, Florian Storff, Wilco Kelderman, Louis Menkes, Filippo Zanna was in 17th. Rafael Micah, 18th, was celebrating. This is the winning move.
Yeah, this is it. So it's through this right-hander. He takes 3 lengths. He looks over his right shoulder on the exit. He realises he's got a gap. 2 kilometres to go. Carapaz quickly tries to close it up, but again, he's back on the brakes and into another tight left-hander. Carapaz can't hold on. Carapaz is on the hoods, by the way. Del Toro's down on the drops. Way better way to be on these tight corners. Now he's out to 10 lengths. The rest is history.
It was all elements of cycling today. You need the horsepower to be there, you need the horsepower to execute, and you need the bike handling skills to get through the corners, and it was starting to rain.
Yeah, they've just beat the rain, haven't they, really?
The role of the teams today was amazing too. Understanding how to place your teammates up there, the role that they could play. We saw it in different angles. We saw Damien Housen playing a big role. Saw the riders from UAE having to help as well. Once again, Visma Lisa bike.
Yeah, it was, gee, it gave us more than what we thought we'd get. We knew we were going to get a pretty good stage today at the start, but I don't think we thought we'd get this, did we? Wow.
Capture the moment.
Si è trovato al comando e ha gestito la Maglia Rosa con una grande personalità e con grande esperienza, nonostante appunto la giovane età.
He looked exhausted yesterday. Winning solves a lot of problems. The confidence is sky high.
Well, his sports director, Fabio Baldato, said, well, he's young. He's going to recover. He certainly has.
He had confidence. Baldato believed. And the team looked in trouble, but they stitched it back together.
It was a seesawing sort of battle of a stage, wasn't it?
Michael Storer went across the finish line, 29th position at 4 minutes and 5 seconds down.
Oh, ouch.
He has him now in 10th position, but he's just 14 seconds ahead of Max Poole, and Max Poole looked really good today.
So that's happened on the Mortadella.
Yes.
That's where he's been dropped, and then, yeah.
di terza e seconda rispettivamente di prima categoria e del Gran Premio di prima categoria e il Mortirolo.
He was such a valuable player. Rafa Micah.
Best teammate in the race. If you're going for the general classification. In fact, just best teammate in the race. Here's the general classification. Del Toro now leads by 41 seconds. Carapaz moves from second place up, sorry, it's from third up into second, but he's 10 seconds further behind. It's then Yates, G, Caruso, Bernal, Palazzari, Rubio, Adam Yates, and Michael Storer. Is it now down to just the top three who can win this race? Del Toro, Carapaz, and Simon Yates?
The days to come, the two monster days to come, to me, say no. Even though that's what we're seeing, you know, in theory, you say, well, they're the three strongest. But you've only got to look at stage 19, and then is it stage 20 as well, of course, the Sestriere, and into some high altitude. Wow. Either one of those three could capitulate. History tells us that one of them probably will, of the top three. So I don't think we should, out of respect, write off Derek G.
We've seen the Col de Finestra, which is the Chimacopi climb featuring on stage 20, produce some amazing stories in the past. Let's rewind back to 2018 where we saw Chris Froome right away with that historic victory. There's still a lot to do in this Giro, and I didn't predict today. Who knows what is going to happen in these next 3 days.
Well, here's Bormio, a position for trade since the Middle Ages. Great skiing history. As you can see, it hosted the Ski World Championships, Alpine World Championships in 1985 and 2005. And it will be part of the Winter Olympics next year.
Well, Macca, you know what I love about this area? It's the food. The pizzoccheri, the special pasta they do here, the buckwheat pasta that they mix with cabbage, potatoes and cheese. Get it all mixed in there. You get some of that bresaola, that air-dried beef. This is the best part about this region. It's the food.
It is, and certainly in the winter months, that really hearty food. Great food in this town, in fact. Some great eateries, a couple of little squares. You caught a little glimpse of them there. It is a beautiful little alpine village.
Del Toro will remember it as the first place where he won a Grand Tour stage, and he beat 2 stars of the sport when he was growing up. He would have looked up to Bardet and Carapaz, watching them at the Tour de France and the Volta d'Espanya. And then it was Simon Yates who was next best. His childhood heroes have become his rivals, and he's beating them. On the topic of tough days, spare a thought for the man in the white jersey. This is Antonio Tubiri. He started the day 8th. He was 4:07 down. He was wearing the white jersey on loan from Isaac Del Toro. He's going to concede more than 10 minutes, and he will not be finishing inside the top 10 overall. He crosses the line at 10:31. Marco Frigo is the next rider in.
There's been some casualties, isn't there, in these last 48 hours? Some really big ones.
This was the move by Carapaz on the Mortarolo. Too much too soon? In hindsight, I know it's easy with 20/20 vision.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. The answer's yes, isn't it? And again, exactly what you said, Matt. But it could have gone the other way, and he could have pulled a minute. So good on him for trying. And I think as fans at home watching, how can you not love Carapaz?
Oh, I don't want him to stop.
He's in career best, equal career best form, isn't he? The way he's riding.
The confidence he has, and I don't think that attack was bad, because we in the end we saw him follow the best, and he eliminated Simon Yates. That attack put the first kink in Yates' armour. Ultimately, Yates couldn't follow on the final climb.
He is in career best form. The Carapaz of today would beat the Carapaz who won this Giro in 2019.
Yeah, his attacking is way more sort of devastating and dynamic. He's always had it, but gee, he's done huge attack for his stage win, huge attack to gain time yesterday, big attack today. Went with Del Toro when he attacked, so he's showing really razor sharp. But he couldn't follow this one.
His bike handling skills are good, Carapaz. It's Del Toro's are through the roof. He does everything at a whole new level.
And Bardet is probably saying, thank God I'm retiring. Thank God I'm at this age and I've enjoyed a great career.
He's 13 years older than Isaac Del Toro. He was in high school before Del Toro was born. And he looked gone a couple of times within this stage alone, Del Toro. Not just yesterday. He was on the ropes.
Yep.
Has he gone Ali versus Joe Fraser, Rumble in the jungle? He's gone the rope-a-dope. He's fooled them into it.
Yes. I love his salute too. I love the bow.
Look at how happy Mauro Giannetti is in the background on the phone.
Not one. I haven't got one champion. I've got 2. Can you believe it?
He's got 14.
He's got a lot. Yeah.
Outstanding team performance. We'll be hearing from Del Toro shortly. Then the presentations will be getting underway.
Isaac, your first Grand Tour victory, and it's with the Maglia Rosa. Is it beyond what you would have imagined?
I want to imagine like this. So far, it's been really good. I think this third or fourth podium in this Giro is incredible. Everybody wants this again, and today I realized that I will never give up, and I will always stay one step in front, and I will always try it. I don't have nothing to lose, and today was not easier than yesterday, but for sure I have a better mentality.
Take us back to the Mortirolo when Pellizzari and then Carapaz attacked. Were you under control?
Yeah, a little bit. I predict like with the team like something like this will happen, and of course you don't want to let go all the GC riders. And I went to them. I take it easy. I put a little bit of pressure on the other ones after the descent. And then I just tried to relax and recover because obviously it was hard stage to try to do the last kick and the last climb. We make this plan with the team, and the team gave me all the confidence to try full gas.
Was it also a plan with the team to finish like this, attacking the downhill for the stage win?
Was not the downhill, was on the climb, but yeah, was the plan.
Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
People fooled. I thought he looked vulnerable. I thought the Giro was slipping through his fingers. He lost contact with a group of 6, but he managed to go on. He knew what he was doing, and he got back in control. He attacked on the climb. He attacked on the descent. He's at the top of the general classification, and he's extended his lead. The presentation is still to come. It's podium presentation time for Isaac Del Toro. He's been out here every day since the stage in the Siena on stage 9, where he took the white jersey and the pink jersey. Now he'll be up there 3 times. He's got the stage win to add to it. And he's taken it all in his stride. The good news is he's got his family here with him to enjoy it. Del Toro waves to the crowd in Bormio. Vincenzo Nibali, who is off to the right of the stage, the left of the screen. That's the kind of move the Shark of Messina would appreciate.
That is the kind of move that we would see the Shark do on such a stage as well. Over the famous Mortirolo climb, Del Toro is proving he is worth this pink jersey.
He's making it look like he's won a club race, and he's picking up yet another prize.
It's amazing, isn't it? How sort of almost subdued he is on the podium.
Well, he's done it so many times with the pink jersey, but it's different with the stage victory, surely. Even if you've been out there so often already.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, he's just taking it in his stride, bit of a smile. Thank you very much. Come back in another minute or so.
I hope he packed an empty suitcase to take home all his excess luggage. Here's a look at the stage results once again. Bardet so close, missing out on getting the trifecta. He's got 2 more opportunities. 4 seconds behind Del Toro. Then Carapaz, Simon Yates, Pellizzari, Derek G, Damino Caruso, Einar Rubio, Max Poole, and Afonso Alulio. A young rider at 23 that normally we'd be talking about that as a breakthrough performance. Let's watch this kid. But then we've got Del Toro. Pink jersey, number 9. Have to go all the way back to Fausto Coppi in 1940 to have achieved that at a younger age.
Ancora un giorno da leader, il messicano Isaac del Toro riceve la maglia rosa.
The mood at the dinner table in the hotel for UAE Team Emirates will be very different tonight compared to last night.
Oh, it's gone up a notch now. There was a bit of questions around the team, and then were they strong enough? The dominance is gone. Well, Del Toro restored the faith.
Yesterday, he lost 1 minute and 36 seconds to Carapaz. He lost 54 seconds to Simon Yates. Today, he took time on both of them and has extended his lead, and he's won his first ever stage in a Grand Tour. He still has 2 big days to go in the mountains. Tomorrow is one for the sprinters, and then it's on to Rome. 4 stages stand between Isaac Del Toro and Mexican sporting history. Can he be the first rider from that country to win a Grand Tour? He's on target, and he's in pink. Please join us tomorrow as the Giro continues. This is a good one. Bye for now.
Isaac del Toro.